Welcome to Deep Sleep, the pioneering YouTube channel for gangster stories for sleep. With your support, we have reached 10,000 members. Our next target is 100,000 members. Please show your support by subscribing, sharing our stories with your circle, liking the video, and leaving your thoughts about our channel, stories, or the gangster whom we are telling the story of. You can support us via Patreon and by becoming a member on YouTube, where you can access exclusive Deep Sleep content. We are also excited to announce that we have launched a brand new channel. Our new baby's name is Richie Rich Stories, where you can find deep sleep-style biographical audiobooks about billionaires from different times and industries. We need your support to reach 1,000 members, and we are sure you will love the stories. Please subscribe by visiting youtube.com/@RichieRichStories by our channel's main page, the link in the description, and by searching @RichieRichStories on YouTube search. Tonight's gangster is Henry Hill, the infamous mobster from the all-time mob hit The Goodfellas. In the twilight between American dream and criminal nightmare exists the story of Henry Hill Jr., a man whose life became emblematic of an era when organized crime operated with shocking impunity across the United States. Born to an Irish father and Italian mother in 1943, Hill's mixed heritage positioned him perpetually on the periphery of the very world he so desperately sought to inhabit, never able to become a made man in the mafia, yet intimately entangled in its most notorious operations. From a modest home in Brooklyn that faced a cab stand frequented by mobsters, young Henry gazed across the street and across a moral divide, captivated by men who lived by their own rules. By 12, he had already chosen his path, stepping into the shadows of figures like Paul Vario and James "Jimmy the Gent" Burke, who would become his criminal mentors and, eventually, the architects of his deepest fears. Hill's story illuminates the intricate ecosystem of organized crime during its zenith in post-war America, the hierarchies, codes, and ruthless pragmatism that governed this parallel society. His journey from petty theft to the infamous 1978 Lufthansa heist at JFK Airport, which netted nearly $6 million in cash and jewels, traces the evolving criminal enterprises that exploited the cracks in American prosperity. What distinguishes Hill's narrative is not merely the brazen criminality, but the profound human cost left in its wake. Lives were extinguished with calculating efficiency, families shattered, and communities terrorized. Hill himself existed in a moral vacuum, where loyalty extended only until self-preservation demanded betrayal. When federal indictments loomed and former associates plotted his elimination, he transformed decades of criminal intimacy into courtroom testimony, sending dozens to prison. The trajectory of Hill's life, from ambitious criminal to paranoid drug dealer to government informant to exploiter of his own notoriety, reflects a uniquely American story of reinvention. Yet beneath this constant transformation lay an unchanging truth: his inability to live within boundaries, whether imposed by the law, the mob, or even the witness protection program that saved his life. As we contemplate Henry Hill's journey from Brooklyn Street to courtroom witness stand, we witness not just one man's descent, but a sobering portrait of the corrosive power of unchecked ambition and the inevitable collapse that awaits those who build lives upon foundations of violence and betrayal. Now, pick your sweetest spot and enjoy tonight's story. This audiobook is based on true stories, but some events, characters, places, and conversations are fictionalized for dramatic purposes. In the slow, staggered rhythm of 1940s Manhattan, a boy was born to an Irish electrician and his Sicilian wife. Henry Hill Jr. came into the world on June 11, 1943, a child of two bloods that would forever define him, neither fully one thing nor the other. Outside the hospital windows, the city throbbed with wartime purpose. Military trucks lumbered down avenues, their canvas tops spluttering in the summer breeze. Sailors on leave wove through crowds of factory workers. America was at war, and New York was its beating heart. Henry's earliest memories formed not in Manhattan but across the East River in Brooklyn, a collection of impressions rather than narratives. Coal smoke in winter, the taste of chestnuts bought from a vendor's cart. His mother Carmela's voice, Italian softening her English when she was tired or angry. His father's calloused hands, permanently darkened by electrical work and cigarette stains. Their neighborhood in Brownsville, East New York, stood in the long shadow of legend. Before Henry could understand such things, local old-timers still spoke in hushed tones about Murder Incorporated, Jewish and Italian hitmen who had turned killing into a business. By the time Henry was walking to school, most of those men were dead or imprisoned, but their ghosts lingered in barbershop conversations and corner store gossip. This was once Anastasia's territory, an old man told 9-year-old Henry one afternoon, pointing a trembling finger at a nondescript building across the street. Albert Anastasia. They called him the Mad Hatter, the Lord High Executioner. Henry nodded solemnly, not fully comprehending but absorbing the reverence in the man's voice. Names acquired power before their meanings became clear. Anastasia, Luciano, Lansky. The neighborhood had its own pantheon, its own saints and martyrs. The Hill apartment was modest. A kitchen with a fire escape view, a living room that doubled as the parents' bedroom, and a small room Henry shared with his siblings. Summer nights were spent on stoops and fire escapes seeking relief from the heat. Windows stayed open despite the risk of theft. The alternative was suffocation. By 1955, Henry was 12, the age when boys begin crafting identities separate from their parents. The Korean War had ended. Television antennas sprouted from rooftops like metal weeds. Elvis Presley's voice drifted from radios. America's post-war prosperity filtered unevenly into working-class Brooklyn, visible in the occasional new Chevrolet parked on the street, or the first television on the block that drew neighborhood children like moths. It was in this year that Henry's gaze fixed upon a seemingly unremarkable cab stand across from his home. To the untrained eye, it was merely a dispatch office where drivers waited between fares, drinking coffee from paper cups, playing cards, and monitoring a crackling radio. But Henry, already developing the watchful patience that would serve him throughout his life, noticed things others missed. The men who gathered there rarely seemed to drive cabs. Their suits were too fine, their hands too clean. Cars pulled up, brief conversations occurred, envelopes changed hands. Sometimes a man would arrive agitated and leave calm. Other times, the pattern reversed. "What are you looking at, kid?" his father asked one evening, finding Henry by the window, peering through the curtains. "The cab stand," Henry answered without turning. His father's hand came down on his shoulder, unexpectedly heavy. "Don't stare at what doesn't concern you," he said, his voice low and urgent. "Those men aren't for knowing." But the warning only intensified Henry's fascination. The cab stand became his obsession, a living theater across the street. The most commanding presence there was a broad-shouldered man named Paul Vario, whose arrival always created a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Men straightened their postures when he appeared. Conversations paused until he'd been properly greeted. Henry learned from sidewalk whispers that Vario was a caporegime, a captain in the Lucchese family. The word itself sounded mystical to Henry's ears, carrying echoes of ancient ritual and hierarchy. He couldn't have articulated why, but he understood instinctively that Vario possessed what his own father lacked. Not merely money or even power, but a particular kind of respect that bordered on fear. One autumn afternoon in 1955, when rain slicked the streets and turned gutters into miniature rivers, Henry crossed the invisible boundary. Rather than taking his usual route home from school, he approached the cab stand, heart hammering against his ribs. The interior smelled of cigarette smoke, coffee, and men's cologne. Shafts of grey daylight cut through blinds, illuminating dust motes and tobacco haze. "You Hill's kid?" a man asked from behind a dispatch counter. Before Henry could answer, the man continued, "What do you want?" Henry, normally glib, found his tongue frozen. What did he want? He hadn't planned past entering the door. I could run errands," he finally managed. The room's occupants exchanged glances, some amused, others dismissive. But a voice from the back said, "Let him be. A kid with some hustle ain't a bad thing." It was Paul Vario, seated at a small table with playing cards spread before him. He studied Henry with eyes that seemed to catalogue every detail, from his scuffed shoes to his school books. "You Irish like your father or Italian like your mother?" Vario asked. "Both," Henry answered. A few men chuckled. Vario did not. "Nobody's both," he said flatly. "Sooner or later, kid, you'll have to choose." But he gave Henry his first errand anyway, delivering a sealed envelope to a bakery 3 blocks away. Henry ran through the rain, protected the envelope inside his jacket, and returned with a package of cannoli and the baker's verbal confirmation that it was taken care of. Vario handed him a $5 bill. In 1955, it represented a small fortune to a 12-year-old, more than a week's allowance, if Henry had received allowances. "You did good," Vario said. "You want to make yourself useful. Come back tomorrow after school." That night, Henry lay awake long past midnight, the $5 bill hidden beneath his mattress, his mind spinning with possibility. The cab stand men dressed better than his father, drove better cars, and never seemed to worry about bills. They moved through the neighborhood with the easy confidence of men who belonged to something larger than themselves. In the days that followed, Henry established a routine. School, then the cab stand, running messages or fetching coffee, absorbing the rhythm of the place, the shorthand language of its inhabitants. His father disapproved but seemed resigned. "You're old enough to make mistakes," his father said one night, "just young enough that they might not ruin you yet." But Henry didn't see it as a mistake. For the first time in his young life, he felt seen, not as someone's son or brother, but as himself, a person with potential. Paul Vario in particular seemed to take a special interest, occasionally quizzing Henry about school or neighborhood gossip. "You got good eyes," Vario told him once. "You see things, that's valuable." Throughout 1956 and into 1957, Henry became a fixture of the cab stand. He graduated from simple errands to more complex tasks, watching certain stores, noting when specific cars appeared on certain blocks, memorizing faces. He was, without fully realizing it, becoming the crew's eyes and ears in places where grown men in suits would attract attention. The neighborhood itself was changing. The expansion of Idlewild Airport, not yet renamed for Kennedy, brought construction jobs, increased traffic, and new opportunities. From his position at the cab stand, Henry observed how this transformation affected the Vario crew's operations. More trucks meant more merchandise in transit. More flights meant more passengers with cash, jewelry, and duty-free goods. In the summer of 1957, when Henry was 14, Vario's younger brother Vito, known to everyone as Tuddy, took him aside. "Paul thinks you're ready for more responsibility," Tuddy said. "How would you like a real job?" The real job turned out to be a bricklayer's union card, a small, unremarkable document that represented Henry's first step into the adult world of legitimate work and illegitimate opportunity. Tuddy explained it with a frankness that Henry appreciated. The card gave him a plausible reason for having money and a ready explanation for his whereabouts. "You won't actually lay too many bricks," Tuddy said with a slight smile, "but if anybody asks, that's what you do." What Henry actually did expanded gradually. He learned to stay quiet when certain topics arose. He practiced the art of the casual handoff, money, messages, packages exchanged without breaking stride or making eye contact. He developed an awareness of police patrol patterns and the ability to spot plainclothes officers by their shoes and haircuts. The year 1957 marked another milestone in organized crime that reverberated even to a teenager like Henry. That November, a summit of major crime family leaders in upstate Appalachian was discovered by police, making front-page headlines nationwide. For weeks afterward, the cab stand hummed with tense conversations about heat and laying low. "This is why we keep to ourselves," Vario explained to Henry one evening, showing rare agitation as he paced the back room. "Big meetings, big talk, it always ends bad. Our thing works best in the shadows. Our thing." The phrase registered with Henry. Not this business or the work, but our thing, cosa nostra in Italian, though Henry wouldn't make that connection until years later. The simple pronoun, our, filled him with quiet pride. He was being included in something exclusive. By early 1958, with Henry approaching 15, his relationship with the Vario crew had evolved from novelty to necessity. He was no longer the curious neighborhood kid, but a functional part of their operation, still learning, still at the bottom of the hierarchy, but undeniably inside. It was around this time that Henry first witnessed the crew's capacity for violence. Not in the dramatic fashion of films, but in the casual, almost offhand manner that made it more chilling. He watched Tuddy Vario break a man's fingers over a gambling debt, continuing a conversation about baseball while the man whimpered on the floor. He saw Paul Vario slap a restaurant owner with such calculated force that no mark was left, yet the message was unmistakable. These displays didn't frighten Henry as perhaps they should have. Instead, they reinforced his growing understanding of the world's true workings. Power wasn't bestowed by titles or certificates, but taken and held through a mixture of respect, fear, and strategic violence. Throughout 1958, Henry's education continued on multiple fronts. At school, he maintained just enough academic effort to avoid unwanted attention from authorities. At the cab stand, he absorbed lessons in the street economy. Which cops could be paid, which warehouse managers would look the other way, which truck drivers might misplace part of their cargo for the right price. By the close of 1958, Henry was spending less time at home and more in the orbit of Paul Vario. The Caporegium began including him in meals at local restaurants, where Henry observed the deference shown to Vario, the best tables, complimentary dishes, proprietors hovering nervously nearby. "You see how they treat me?" Vario asked him once as a restaurant owner personally escorted them to a corner table. "It's not because I'm handsome. It's because they know I can hurt them or help them. Remember that, kid. In this life, you're either the hammer or the nail." As the decade neared its end, 15-year-old Henry Hill stood at the threshold of manhood with a clearer vision of his future than most boys his age. The conventional paths, college, military service, apprenticeship in a trade, held no appeal. He had found his calling in the cab stand across from his childhood home, in the company of men who lived by their own code. The winter of 1958-1959 was particularly cold, with snow piling along Brooklyn streets and icicles hanging from fire escapes like crystal daggers. Inside the cab stand, though, warmth prevailed. Physical warmth from the hissing radiators and the warmth of belonging. On a February evening in 1959, Paul Vario called Henry to his side at the corner table. Snow fell outside, transforming the street into a quieter, cleaner version of itself. "You've been with us, 4 years now?" Vario asked. "Yes, sir," Henry answered. He still called Vario sir, though the older man had told him it wasn't necessary. "And, in those 4 years, have I ever heard you repeat anything you shouldn't?" Henry shook his head. "Have you ever mentioned our business to outsiders, even your family?" "No, sir." Vario nodded slowly, seeming to confirm something to himself. "There's going to be a hijacking next week. Nothing too big, just a truck coming from the airport. Electronics. I want you to be there." Henry's pulse quickened, but he kept his expression neutral. This was a significant promotion from errand boy and lookout to participant in an actual robbery. "You won't do anything complicated," Vario continued. "You'll be with Lenny. He'll show you the ropes. You just watch and learn." Lenny was Tuddy Vario's son, a few years older than Henry and already established in the crew's hierarchy. The assignment represented trust on multiple levels. Trust in Henry's discretion, his competence, and his loyalty. "Thank you," Henry said simply. Vario regarded him with an expression that wasn't quite a smile. "Don't thank me yet. Thank me when it's done and you've got money in your pocket." The hijacking, when it occurred 5 days later, was both more mundane and more exhilarating than Henry had imagined. There were no guns drawn, no dramatic confrontations. Lenny and an older crew member named Tommy simply approached the truck at a predetermined stop, showed the driver a piece of paper that looked official, and informed him there was a problem with his shipment that needed to be resolved. The driver, who Henry later learned was part of the scheme, expressed appropriate confusion and concern before agreeing to follow them to a warehouse to sort it out. Henry's job was to drive a second car behind them, watching for police or any other complications. At the warehouse, the goods were quickly transferred to another truck. The driver was paid his cut and sent on his way with instructions on what to tell his supervisors. The entire operation took less than 40 minutes and yielded several cases of imported electronics that would be sold through various channels for pure profit. Henry's share was $200 more money than he had ever possessed at one time. Lenny clapped him on the shoulder afterward, a gesture of inclusion that meant as much as the cash. "Not bad for an afternoon's work, right?" Lenny said with a grin. "This is just the beginning." Indeed, it was just the beginning. As 1959 progressed, Henry became increasingly involved in the crew's activities around Idlewild Airport. The sprawling transportation hub was a goldmine of opportunity cargo, coming and going at all hours. Passengers carrying cash and valuables, customs procedures that could be circumvented through the right connections. Henry learned which airline employees could be bribed, which security personnel would accept payments to look the other way, which cargo was most valuable and least traceable. He discovered the art of the convincing lie, the strategic gift, and the veiled threat. By the summer of 1959, 16-year-old Henry Hill was earning more money than his father ever had, though he still maintained the pretense of being a union bricklayer when necessary. He bought his first suit, a sharply tailored garment that announced his rising status more effectively than words could. He took girls to restaurants where the staff greeted him by name and never presented a bill. His parents watched this transformation with a mixture of resignation and unease. His mother, with her Sicilian background, recognized the signs better than his father did. She made the sign of the cross when Henry came home late with unexplained cash. His father retreated into stony silence, perhaps understanding that the path between them had forked irreversibly. "Your father wants better for you," his mother told him one night, catching him alone in the kitchen. "Not this life." "What life?" Henry asked innocently, though they both knew the question was disingenuous. She gave him a look of such knowing sadness that it momentarily pierced his newfound confidence. "The life that ends in jail or the cemetery," she said quietly. "The life that takes boys who could be good men." Henry had no answer for her then. The intoxication of belonging to Barrio's crew, of having money and respect at 16, overwhelmed any capacity for long-term consideration. The future, with its potential consequences, seemed distant and theoretical compared to the immediate rewards of his chosen path. As 1959 drew to a close, Henry Hill stood at the edge of adulthood with the confidence of someone who believed he had already mastered its rules. The Brownsville neighborhood that had shaped his childhood now seemed like a launching pad rather than a destination. The Lucchese family's influence extended far beyond these few blocks, and Henry intended to rise with it. In a moment of rare contemplation, sitting alone at the cab stand late one December night, he considered how far he had come from the 12-year-old who had nervously crossed the street 4 years earlier. The cab stand itself had barely changed. Same scarred counters, same tobacco-stained ceilings, same murmuring radio. But Henry had been transformed entirely. Poor Vario found him there, lost in thought, and pulled up a chair beside him. For a few minutes they sat in companionable silence, two figures of different generations united by choice rather than blood. "You're doing good, Henry," Vario finally said. "But remember something, you're young. You think you've seen it all, but you haven't seen anything yet." Henry nodded, taking the words as encouragement rather than warning. "This thing of ours," Vario continued, "it's like the ocean. You can learn to swim in it, maybe even better than most, but never think you can control it. The minute you do, it drowns you." Outside, snow began to fall again, dusting the Brooklyn streets with a temporary purity. Inside, warmth and cigarette smoke and the quiet certainty of belonging. Henry Hill, at the cusp of the 1960s, felt himself exactly where he was meant to be, half Irish, half Sicilian, fully committed to a life outside society's boundaries. The path ahead seemed clear to him then, illuminated by the glow of possibility and the promise of greater rewards. What he couldn't see were the consequences already set in motion, the invisible chains being forged with every choice, every job, every dollar earned. The ocean Paul Vario had described was indeed vast, but its currents ran deeper and stronger than the young Henry Hill could possibly imagine. The air in Fort Bragg hung thick with Carolina humidity, clinging to skin like an unwelcome second uniform. Henry Hill stood at attention, sweat beading along his closely cropped hairline as the drill sergeant paced before the assembled troops. Morning reveille had come and gone, and now the mid-morning sun baked the parade ground. Henry's mind drifted far from the sergeant's droning voice, back to the cool darkness of the bamboo lounge, to smoke-filled rooms where respect was earned through loyalty rather than blind obedience. "Hill," the sergeant's voice cracked like a whip. "Something more interesting on your mind than serving your country, soldier?" "No, Sergeant," Henry replied, the words automatic, hollow. 3 years. He had signed away 3 years of his life to the United States Army, to the 82nd Airborne Division. The military had seemed like an acceptable detour, perhaps even a strategic one. Many of the old-timers in the neighborhood spoke of their war service with a certain reverence. It was respectable, even in their circles, to have worn the uniform. But after less than a year, Henry knew he had miscalculated. The army demanded a kind of submission he was fundamentally incapable of giving. Later that evening, in the relative privacy of the barracks day room, Henry nursed a lukewarm beer as Elvis crooned from the radio. Kennedy's face stared confidently from the cover of a discarded newspaper, all teeth and promises of a new frontier. A few soldiers played cards at a corner table, cigarette smoke curling lazily toward the ceiling. "You look like a man planning his escape," said a voice beside him. Henry glanced up to see Malone, a broad-shouldered private from Chicago who had quickly recognized a kindred spirit in Henry. "Just thinking about home," Henry replied, though home wasn't quite the right word. What he missed wasn't a place so much as a way of being. The rhythm of Brooklyn streets, the familiar faces of the cab stand, the sense of purpose that came from being Paul Vario's protégé. "Thinking about that girl of yours?" Malone grinned, pulling up a chair. Henry smiled faintly. There wasn't one girl specifically, but several whose perfumed letters occasionally found their way to his footlocker. He didn't correct Malone's assumption. "Something like that," he said instead. "This place isn't exactly what I expected." "Military's the same everywhere," Malone shrugged, lighting a cigarette. "All rules, no reason." That was precisely the problem. Where Henry came from, every rule had a reason, every restriction a purpose. The life he'd left behind in Brooklyn operated on a complex but comprehensible code. Do right by the right people. Keep your mouth shut about the wrong things. Pay tribute up the chain. Simple. But here, in the airborne, regulations seemed arbitrary, designed primarily to remind you that your body and time belong to someone else. 3 nights later, Henry found himself in a tavern just beyond the base perimeter, a dim establishment where soldiers and locals maintained an uneasy coexistence. The jukebox played chubby checkers the twist, though no one was dancing. Henry sat at the bar, several empty glasses before him, when a hand landed heavily on his shoulder. "You're in my spot, soldier boy," said a voice with the distinctive drawl of rural North Carolina. Henry turned slowly. The man was civilian, local, flannel shirt and calloused hands, likely worked at the lumber mill nearby. Under normal circumstances, Henry might have assessed the situation differently, might have calculated whether accommodation served his interests better than confrontation. But 3 months of stifled frustration, of yes sir and no sir, had worn his patience to a dangerous thinness. "Doesn't have your name on it," Henry replied, his Brooklyn accent sharpening with each word. What happened next unfolded with the inevitability of gravity. Words escalated to shoves, shoves to punches. Glass shattered. The bartender shouted. Someone, Henry would later recall it was Malone, though he couldn't be certain, suggested they leave before the local sheriff arrived. Outside, the night air carried the pine scent of the surrounding forest, a world away from the asphalt and exhaust of Henry's native Brooklyn. "We need wheels," Malone slurred, blood trickling from his lower lip. The sheriff's patrol car sat unattended at the edge of the tavern's gravel lot, keys dangling in the ignition, the casual negligence of a small town where crime rarely ventured. In the moment, it seemed like an invitation. Henry slid behind the wheel, a feeling of control returning for the first time in months. The engine rumbled to life, headlights cutting through the darkness as they fishtailed onto the empty highway. For 90 glorious minutes they were free men again, masters of their own destiny, until the roadblock appeared around a bend and the brief illusion of liberty dissolved. The military justice system worked with predictable efficiency. Assault, theft of government property, conduct unbecoming. Henry stood before his commanding officer, who regarded him with a mixture of disappointment and resignation. "Hill, you've been nothing but trouble since you got here," the captain said, reviewing the file on his desk. "The army doesn't need your kind of soldier." 2 months later, Henry Hill received his discharge papers, not honorable, but not dishonorable either. The bureaucratic middle ground that acknowledged his service while washing the army's hands of him. As he boarded the bus that would begin his journey back to New York, Henry felt neither regret nor shame, only the quiet satisfaction of a man returning to his natural habitat. Brooklyn in the spring of 1963 felt both familiar and strange, like a favorite suit that no longer fit quite right. The elevated train still rattled above the avenue, but new buildings had replaced some of the old landmarks. Kennedy's assassination the previous November had cast a pall over the nation that lingered even months later. Yet in the world Henry returned to, the rules remained unchanged. His first morning back, Henry walked into the diner where he knew Paul Vario took his breakfast. The familiar scent of coffee and fried eggs enveloped him as he spotted the crew at their usual corner booth. Vario, heavier now, his hair showing touches of grey at the temples, looked up from his newspaper, expression inscrutable. "Look who decided to come home," he said finally, gesturing to an empty chair. Henry sat, accepting a cup of coffee from the waitress who appeared without being called. "Army didn't work out?" Vario asked, though it wasn't really a question. Wasn't for me, Henry replied simply. Vario nodded as if Henry had confirmed something he'd known all along. Everybody's got to find their own path, he said. Some just take detours along the way. It was as close to a welcome home as Henry would receive, but it was enough. By afternoon he was back on the street, running collections for the crew's loan business, slipping back into the familiar rhythms of his former life. The world beyond their neighborhood was changing rapidly. The Beatles had arrived in America, civil rights marches filled television screens, and suburban flight was draining parts of Brooklyn of its traditional population. But in the orbit of the Vario crew, time moved according to different markers. Horse races, card games, shipments arriving at the airport, envelopes changing hands. On a warm evening in late April, Henry found himself at the Bamboo Lounge, the crew's unofficial headquarters. The place hummed with activity, cigarette smoke hanging in layers beneath the low ceiling. In a corner booth, Jimmy Burke, Jimmy the Gent, they called him for his habit of tipping everyone from waitresses to parking attendants, caught Henry's eye and motioned him over. Army man, Jimmy greeted him, raising a tumbler of whiskey. Heard you're back in circulation. Good to see you, Jimmy, Henry said, sliding into the booth. Jimmy Burke was Irish like Henry's father, which meant he could never be formally made either. Yet he had carved out a significant place for himself through sheer force of will and a talent for violence that even the most respected men in the family recognized as valuable. You did the right thing, Jimmy said, lowering his voice. Military's a sucker's game. They train you, teach you to kill, then expect you to come home and push papers for minimum wage. He shook his head. Man's got to make his own opportunities in this world. Henry nodded, accepting the drink Jimmy pushed toward him. Speaking of opportunities, Jimmy continued, I've got something happening next week. Nothing major, just a truck coming in from Kennedy with some electronics. Could use an extra pair of hands. And just like that, Henry was back in the life. Not at the level he'd left. He would need to rebuild his position, prove himself reliable again, but the door was open. Within weeks he had graduated from lookout to active participant in the crew's hijacking operations, relieving trucks of their cargo before they could reach their intended destinations. The work suited him. It required the same skills that had made him valuable before his army interlude: attention to detail, quick thinking, the ability to maintain composure under pressure. By summer he was earning steadily again, enough to rent a decent apartment in Brownsville and begin rebuilding his wardrobe of Italian suits and silk ties. Yet something fundamental had shifted during his absence. Henry noticed it first in small ways: conversations that stopped when he approached, meetings he wasn't invited to attend. His non-Italian heritage, which had always been a limitation, now seemed more pronounced in its consequences. Don't take it personal, Tommy DeSimone told him one night as they sat in a bar on Flatbush Avenue, waiting for a call about a potential score. Tommy was a few years younger than Henry, but had established himself as a fearsome presence on the streets while Henry was away. It's just the way things are structured. You and me, we're always going to be on the outside looking in on certain things. Tommy was half Italian through his mother, which placed him in a similar liminal position to Henry's own. I don't care about getting made, Henry lied, sipping his drink, as long as the money's good. Tommy laughed, a sound without humor. Sure, that's what we all say, but you watch those guys, Paulie, Johnny Dio, all of them. They got a certainty we'll never have. Henry knew Tommy was right. The made men, those formally inducted into La Cosa Nostra through the ancient ritual of blood and fire, operated with a kind of security that associates like himself could never claim. They could not be touched without permission from higher authorities. Their territory was sacrosanct. Their status guaranteed. For Henry Hill, half Irish and therefore forever ineligible for formal membership, this reality imposed a permanent ceiling on his ambitions. No matter how successful his operations, how reliable his service, how substantial his earnings, he would always remain fundamentally disposable. This understanding crystallized one autumn afternoon in 1964, as Henry sat in a booth at the back of a social club on Liberty Avenue, counting receipts from the week's bookmaking operation. Vario entered with several of his captains, all of them dressed for a formal occasion Henry hadn't been informed about. Looking sharp, Paulie, Henry commented as the older man passed his table. Vario paused, regarding Henry with the inscrutable expression that had become more common in their interactions lately. Dominic's son is getting made today, he said finally. Big day for the family. Henry nodded, maintaining a neutral expression despite the small twist of envy in his gut. Dominic's son was younger than him, had done less, proven less, but he had the bloodline that mattered. "Give him my congratulations," Henry said. Vario studied him for a moment longer, perhaps reading more in Henry's face than he intended to reveal. "You know how I see you, Henry," he said finally, his voice uncharacteristically gentle. "You're like family to me. But the books, they're closed. Has nothing to do with your worth." "I understand, Paulie," Henry replied, and he did. The rules weren't written by the men in this room. They stretched back generations, across an ocean, to another time. After Vario left, Henry remained at his table, methodically continuing his count, reconciling the betting slips with the cash before him. This was his place in the ecosystem. A trusted associate, a reliable earner, but never a full member of the society that shaped his existence. The limitation wasn't personal, it was structural, embedded in the very foundation of the world he had chosen. Yet as he finished his accounting and prepared to deliver the week's tribute up the chain, Henry felt a curious sense of peace settle over him. The army had shown him what life looked like outside their insular world, and he had rejected it without hesitation. Whatever constraints came with his position as an associate, they were preferable to the stifling conformity of legitimate society. The street outside was alive with activity as Henry emerged from the club. A group of neighborhood kids played stickball against the backdrop of brownstones and corner stores that defined this pocket of Brooklyn. A young couple walked past, the woman pushing a baby carriage, the man carrying groceries. Ordinary lives unfolding according to ordinary rules. Henry straightened his tie and turned toward his car, a recently acquired Cadillac that announced his return to prosperity. The afternoon sun caught the vehicle's polished chrome, creating a momentary glare that seemed to separate Henry from the everyday world around him. He had made his choice long ago, that first day he'd stepped into Tuddy's cab stand as a boy. The consequences of that choice, the limitations, the perpetual insecurity of his position, were simply the cost of admission to a life that offered freedoms no ordinary citizen would ever know. If he could never be made, he would make himself indispensable in other ways. There were, after all, certain advantages to operating in the shadows, unbound by the strict protocols that governed the lives of formerly inducted members. As Henry slid behind the wheel of his Cadillac, he caught sight of his reflection in the rearview mirror, older now. Hardened by his experiences, but still recognizably the same ambitious young man who had left for the army what seemed like a lifetime ago. The military had tried and failed to reshape him. Brooklyn had welcomed him back unchanged. He started the engine, its low rumble a counterpoint to the distant sounds of the neighborhood. Whatever tomorrow might bring, whatever scores, schemes, or setbacks lay ahead, Henry Hill was exactly where he belonged. Not fully inside, never fully accepted, but adapted to the precise environment where his particular talents could flourish. The Cadillac pulled away from the curb, merging smoothly into the flow of traffic as afternoon shadows lengthened across the familiar streets of his chosen kingdom. The Brooklyn winter had fallen hard that year, blanketing the streets in a quiet shroud that muffled even the harshest sounds of the neighborhood. Henry Hill stood at the window of his modest apartment, watching his breath form ghosts against the frosted glass. Outside, snow collected on the parked Cadillacs and Lincolns that lined the curbs, status symbols of men who had made something of themselves in a world that offered few legitimate paths to success. It was 1965. And Henry was about to take a step that would seem conventional to most men his age, but represented something entirely different in his world: marriage. The thought brought a wry smile to his face as he adjusted his silk tie in the mirror. Not just any marriage. A wedding to Karen Friedman, a Jewish girl from Long Island whose parents still spoke of the Depression in hushed tones around their Formica kitchen table. The ceremony itself passed in a blur of faces, handshakes, and envelope, stuffed congratulations. Paul Vario, the neighborhood capo, had arrived with an entourage that commanded immediate respect, no words necessary. Jimmy Burke, Henry's mentor and the crew's operational mastermind, presented them with an envelope so thick with cash that Karen's eyes had widened, despite her attempts to appear unmoved. "You did good, kid," Jimmy had whispered, clapping Henry on the shoulder with a hand that had orchestrated more hijackings than Henry could count. "She's got fire in her, you'll need that." Later that evening, as the reception wound down at a restaurant where Henry was known well enough that no check would ever appear, Karen found him in a quiet corner with Jimmy and a few other associates. "So this is where you disappear to," she said, her voice carrying a hint of challenge beneath the smile. The men parted to make room for her, a gesture of respect that wasn't lost on Henry. "Just talking business," Henry replied, taking her hand. "Can't help it, it's what we do." "On your wedding day?" Her eyebrow arched perfectly, a gesture he'd come to anticipate and appreciate. Jimmy laughed, the sound warm but containing edges that could cut if necessary. "The business never sleeps, sweetheart, but neither does opportunity, and your husband here, he's got a nose for it." The winter gave way to spring, and spring to a summer that felt endless with possibility. Their apartment in Brooklyn became a home, then a launching pad. Henry would leave before dawn some mornings, returning with pockets full of cash and stories that became less detailed the more Karen asked about them. The pattern established itself with a rhythm that felt both dangerous and comforting. The nightlife became their shared religion. Henry would escort Karen through the kitchens of the finest restaurants in the city, emerging into dining rooms where maitre d's practically genuflected as they approached. They would settle into the best tables where drinks appeared without orders being placed, and courses arrived in a choreographed dance of service that made other patrons glance over with naked envy. "How do you like it?" Henry asked one night as they sat in a corner booth at the Copacabana, the sounds of a Sinatra-inspired crooner washing over them. "Like what?" Karen replied, sipping her drink and surveying the room with increasingly practiced eyes. "This. All of it." He gestured expansively, taking in the glittering room. The well-dressed patrons, the subtle nods of recognition from men who carried themselves with the same confident swagger that Henry had perfected. She considered the question thoughtfully. "It's not what my parents had in mind when they talked about their daughter finding a good husband," she said finally. "But then again, nothing worth having comes in the package you expect." Henry smiled, recognizing in her words the same pragmatism that had allowed him to navigate between worlds, between the straight life and the one that actually paid. Karen was adapting, finding her footing in a life that operated according to rules most people would never understand. The autumn of 1966 found Henry increasingly in Jimmy Burke's company. Jimmy had taken a special interest in him, recognizing something in the younger man that resonated with his own approach to their business. "The thing about JFK," Jimmy explained as they sat in a parked car near the airport watching cargo trucks rumble past, "is that it's a city unto itself. Its own rules, its own rhythm. You just gotta learn to read it." Henry nodded, absorbing the lesson. Jimmy had an almost poetic way of talking about theft, elevating their hijackings into something approaching art. "Those Air France flights," Jimmy continued, his voice dropping to a near whisper despite their privacy, "they come in heavy. Heavy with things people want, things they'll pay for without asking questions. And we're just helping with distribution," Henry finished, earning a smile of approval from the older man. "Exactly. We're businessmen, entrepreneurs. The government just hasn't figured out how to tax our particular line of work." Later that night, Henry returned home to find Karen waiting up, a habit she was developing despite his unpredictable hours. The television murmured softly in the background. Reports about Vietnam, civil rights marches, political speeches that seemed to come from a different universe than the one Henry inhabited. "Good night?" she asked, a question that had layers of meaning between them now. Henry nodded, settling beside her on the sofa. "Educational," he replied, loosening his tie. "Jimmy's been showing me how the airport operations work from the inside out." Karen studied his face, her expression unreadable. "Is it dangerous?" Henry considered lying, then settled on a version of the truth. "Everything worth doing has risks. But Jimmy's smart. He doesn't take chances, he takes calculated risks. There's a difference." She seemed to accept this, though her eyes held questions she was learning to keep to herself. The lifestyle was seductive. The cash, the status, the doors that opened without effort. But it came with compromises that accumulated like snow on a rooftop, building quietly until their weight became impossible to ignore. In the summer of 1967, Henry met Tommy DeSimone at a social club in Brooklyn. Tommy was younger than Henry had expected, skinny, with a pencil moustache that seemed like a boy's attempt to look like a man. He wore a suit that tried too hard, but his eyes held something that Henry recognized immediately: hunger. "You're Hill," Tommy said when they were introduced, his handshake firm but not challenging. "Jimmy says you're good people." "And you're DeSimone," Henry replied. "Paul speaks highly of you too." It wasn't exactly true. Paul Vario had mentioned Tommy with a mixture of respect and wariness, noting that the young man had useful qualities but needed careful handling. Henry would soon understand why. Their first job together came a few weeks later. A truck driver who had been skimming from shipments needed to be reminded about the proper order of things. Henry had expected a conversation, perhaps backed by implied threats. Tommy had brought a .38 revolver wrapped in a brown paper bag. "What's that for?" Henry had asked, nodding at the package as they walked toward the meeting place. Tommy had smiled, an expression that never reached his eyes. "Insurance. People behave better when they understand the stakes." The paper bag. "Presentation is everything," Tommy replied with a shrug. "Guy sees me coming with this, he thinks I'm bringing him a sandwich instead of a .38. By the time he figures out the difference, the conversation's already going my way." The meeting had gone smoothly. The driver, seeing Tommy unwrap the package just enough to reveal the gun's handle, had quickly agreed to a new arrangement that would benefit everyone involved. Walking back to the car afterward, Henry had felt a mixture of admiration and unease about his new associate. Tommy's approach was effective, but there was something unpredictable about him that made Henry mentally calculate the distance between them as they walked. Later that month, Jimmy called Henry with news that would change everything. "We've got a line on something big at Air France," he said, his voice crackling with contained excitement. "Need you and Tommy to handle the details. Come by tonight." The planning took weeks. The Air France cargo terminal at JFK held regular shipments of currency being returned to American banks from exchanges overseas. Security was minimal. The 1960s airport operated on assumptions of trust that would seem naive in later decades. With the right information from the right people, the terminal's vulnerabilities became apparent. On the night of the heist in April 1967, Henry found himself standing in the Air France cargo area at JFK. Tommy beside him, as they directed the removal of bags containing $420,000 in cash. The operation went so smoothly that it seemed almost anticlimactic. No alarms, no guards, no complications. Just bags of money being loaded into a car, and then they were driving away into the night, the lights of the airport receding in the rearview mirror. "That's it?" Tommy asked, sounding almost disappointed as they pulled onto the Van Wyck Expressway. "Seems too easy." "The best ones always do," Henry replied, feeling a surge of satisfaction. This wasn't just a score, it was a statement, a demonstration of capability that would resonate through the hierarchy. The trick isn't just taking it, it's making sure everyone gets their proper share afterward. The money was divided according to strict protocols, with Paul Vario receiving his cut as the overseeing capo, Jimmy taking his share as the operational lead, and the rest distributed among the crew based on contribution and standing. Henry's portion wasn't the largest, but the respect it earned him was worth more than the cash itself. He had proven himself capable of handling a major operation without complications, a rare and valuable trait in their world. "You made some big points with the higher-ups," Jimmy told him a week later as they sat in a booth at a restaurant in Queens. The place was filling with the dinner crowd, but their corner remained undisturbed, an invisible perimeter of respect surrounding them. "Paul's impressed. That matters." Henry nodded, understanding the significance. In their world, impression translated directly to opportunity, and opportunity to earnings. "What's next?" Jimmy smiled, taking a sip of his scotch. "That's what I like about you, kid. Always looking forward. Most guys pull off something like Air France. They'd be buying Cadillacs and taking trips to Vegas, making themselves visible. You're already thinking about the next move." The truth was more complicated. Henry was indeed thinking ahead, but not solely out of ambition. The lifestyle he had built required constant feeding. The cash disappeared into suits, restaurant tabs, jewelry for Karen, and the endless appetites that success had only sharpened rather than satisfied. By 1968, Henry's marriage had settled into a pattern that both accommodated and reflected his professional life. Karen had adapted to his late nights, his unexplained absences, and eventually his infidelities. The transition hadn't been smooth. There had been arguments, thrown objects, and nights spent elsewhere. But gradually, a new normal had established itself. Karen became both partner and witness to a life that operated according to rules she hadn't written, but had learned to navigate. "You coming home tonight?" she asked one evening, as Henry prepared to leave for what he described vaguely as a meeting with Jimmy and some guys. "Should be. Don't wait up, though." He kissed her cheek, a gesture that had become both routine and essential, a connection to something stable in a life built on shifting ground. She nodded, her expression revealing that she'd stopped expecting certainty. "There's a thing at Diane's sister's place tomorrow. You said you'd try to make it." Henry paused at the door. These social obligations, normal life events with Karen's friends, family gatherings where conversations revolved around jobs and mortgages and children's schools, had become increasingly difficult to navigate. He existed between worlds, never fully belonging to either. "I'll be there," he promised, meaning it in the moment, but aware that circumstances could easily intervene. The meeting that night was at a bar in Queens, a place where the jukebox played Sinatra and the Doobie Brothers while serious business was conducted in back rooms away from curious ears. Jimmy was already there when Henry arrived, along with Tommy and 2 other associates, Henry recognized from previous operations. "There he is," Jimmy said, making room at the table. "Man of the hour." Henry settled into the offered seat, nodding greetings to the others. "What's the occasion?" "Success, kid, success." Jimmy pushed a drink toward him. "That Air France thing opened some doors. Paul's got his eye on expanding our airport operations. More flights, more cargo, more opportunity." Tommy leaned forward, his eagerness visible despite his attempt to appear casual. "We talking regular work?" Jimmy's expression remained measured, but his eyes gleamed with possibility. "We're talking about building something sustainable. Not just one-off scores, but a system. The right people on the inside, the right pressure points, the right distribution channels afterward." The conversation continued well into the night, moving from the bar to a nearby restaurant where the owner greeted Jimmy like royalty and led them to a private room. Maps of JFK's cargo areas were spread across the table, schedules were discussed, and names of potential collaborators were mentioned with careful consideration of loyalty and reliability. Henry found himself fully engaged in the planning, his mind working through logistics and contingencies with a clarity that came naturally when the stakes involved real risk and genuine reward. This was what he had been building toward since he was a teenager watching Wise Guys from across the street, not just participation in the life, but a voice in its direction. By 1970, the airport operation had evolved into a smoothly functioning enterprise. Trucks carrying valuable cargo would disappear with remarkable efficiency, sometimes with the driver's cooperation, sometimes without. The goods would be quickly distributed through networks that transformed stolen merchandise into clean cash, with everyone along the chain receiving their appropriate share. Henry's role had expanded beyond simply executing the hijackings. He had become a coordinator, a connector between the various elements necessary for successful operations. He knew which warehouse managers could be approached, which drivers might be willing to look the other way, which fences could handle specific types of merchandise without asking inconvenient questions. His relationship with Tommy DeSimone had developed into a complex partnership. Tommy's approach remained more direct than Henry's. He still carried his PAR 38 in a brown paper bag when meetings required persuasion, but they had found a working rhythm that balanced Tommy's capacity for intimidation with Henry's talent for negotiation. "You're the talker, I'm the walker," Tommy had once said, a simplification that nevertheless captured something essential about their dynamic. One evening in the fall of 1970, Henry returned home earlier than usual to find Karen sitting at the kitchen table, a glass of wine beside her and a distant expression on her face. The house they now owned in a respectable neighborhood was quiet. A babysitter had taken their young daughter for the evening. "Everything okay?" Henry asked, loosening his tie as he assessed her mood. She looked up, seeming almost surprised to see him. "Diana's husband got promoted at the bank. They're moving to Connecticut. Big house, good schools for the kids." Henry nodded, understanding that this wasn't really about Diana or her husband. It was about the parallel life, the straight life that sometimes appeared in glimpses like ghosts from another timeline. "We've got a nice house," he said, pouring himself a drink. "Good neighborhood. You've got the fur coat you wanted, the jewelry. We eat at places those bank manager types couldn't get a reservation for with a month's notice." "I know that," Karen replied, her voice carrying a weight he hadn't expected. "It's not about the things." "Then what?" She hesitated, choosing her words carefully. "Diana knows where her husband is at night. She knows the money in their account came from a salary. She doesn't have to wonder if today's the day someone knocks on the door with news." Henry sat across from her, recognizing a conversation they had circled many times but rarely engaged directly. "Is that what you want?" Some guy punching a clock, asking permission for vacation days, counting pennies for retirement. "Of course not," she said quickly, and he knew she meant it. The lifestyle had indeed seduced her, as it had him. The status, the access, the sense of existing above ordinary constraints, these weren't things easily surrendered once experienced. "I just sometimes wonder what it costs. Not in money, but in peace, I guess." Henry reached across the table and took her hand, a gesture that bridged the growing distance between them. "Peace is overrated," he said softly. "It's for people who've given up on getting more out of life." She smiled despite herself, recognizing the philosophy that had drawn her to him in the first place. "Just come home," she said simply. "Whatever else happens, just keep coming home." As 1971 approached, Henry found himself at a crossroads that wasn't yet visible to him. The success of the Air France heist and the subsequent expansion of their airport operations had cemented his standing in the organization. Paul Verrier treated him with the respect reserved for reliable earners. Jimmy Burke had become not just a mentor but a friend and partner, and even Tommy's volatile nature had been channeled into productive collaboration. The life Henry had built seemed solid, a foundation of relationships, respect, and revenue that would support whatever ambitions he might develop. The contradictions that would later prove unsustainable, the compartmentalization required to move between family man and criminal, the accelerating appetites for risk and reward, the moral compromises that accumulated like interest on a debt were still manageable, still justified by the benefits they purchased. On New Year's Eve 1970, Henry stood on the rooftop of a building owned by one of Paul's associates, watching fireworks burst over the Manhattan skyline. Karen stood beside him, wrapped in the mink coat he'd given her for Christmas, her jewelry catching the explosive lights in tiny reflections. Jimmy was there with his wife, Tommy with his latest girlfriend, and a dozen other members of their extended professional family. "Hell of a view," Jimmy remarked, coming to stand beside them with champagne glasses in hand. "Hell of a year, too." Henry accepted the offered glass, feeling the weight of the moment. From this vantage point, the city looked both vulnerable and inviting, a landscape of opportunity for those who understood its rhythms and were willing to operate in its shadows. "To 1971, Jimmy said, raising his glass. "May it be even better than 1970. They drank to the toast as another round of fireworks illuminated the sky, casting their faces in alternating light and shadow. Henry put his arm around Karen, feeling her lean into him despite the complications that had entered their marriage. For this moment, suspended between years, everything seemed possible and nothing seemed out of reach. The life he had chosen, or that had chosen him, continued to unfold according to its own logic, its own momentum. The airport heists, the network of relationships, the delicate balance of fear and respect that governed their world. All of it had become as natural to Henry as breathing. If there were warnings in the winter air, signs of the turbulence and betrayals that lay ahead, they remained invisible against the dazzling lights of a city that rewarded those bold enough to take what wasn't offered. As midnight struck and 1971 arrived with a chorus of distant cheers and car horns, Henry stood at the edge of a precipice he couldn't yet see, gazing out at a future that seemed limited only by ambition and opportunity. The contradictions would grow, the risks would escalate, and the center would eventually fail to hold, but not yet. Not tonight. Tonight belonged to possibility, to plans yet unmade, to dreams that still seemed within reach for a man who had learned to navigate between worlds without fully belonging to either. The steel door clanged shut behind Henry Hill with a sound that echoed through the sterile corridors of the federal penitentiary. It was 1972, and the world he had known, the restaurants, the nightclubs, the endless flow of cash had been replaced by concrete and iron bars. Her 10 years. The sentence felt like a lifetime. The irony wasn't lost on him. All those years of hijackings, loan collections, protection rackets, and he'd been brought down for beating a gambler who wouldn't pay his debts. One ordinary act of persuasion in a career built on thousands. But the guy's sister worked for the FBI, and suddenly Henry Hill became a priority. In the fluorescent harshness of the cell block, Henry kept his expression neutral as he was led to his new home. Even here, appearances mattered. Show weakness in prison, and you might as well paint a target on your back. Show too much strength without the muscle to back it up, and you'd face the same consequence. Hill, the guard said, gesturing toward an open cell. Home, sweet home. Henry nodded, stepping inside without comment. The cell was sparse, a metal bunk with a thin mattress, a toilet, a small sink with a cloudy mirror above it. Through the barred window, he could see the prison yard where clusters of men stood in formations determined by race, affiliation, and prison politics. His cellmate, an older man with thinning hair and tattoos fading into the creases of his skin, barely glanced up from a dog-eared paperback. "I'm Henry," he offered, setting his meager prison-issued belongings on the empty bunk. "Yeah, I know who you are," the man replied without looking up. "Lucchesa crew, Paulie Vario's guy." Word traveled fast, even behind walls. Henry wasn't surprised. The same networks that moved information on the streets existed in here, only compressed and intensified by proximity and shared misery. "That a problem?" Henry asked. The man finally looked up, dog-earing his page. "Nah, might even be useful." He extended a weathered hand. "Frank Malone, bank jobs mostly, Buffalo outfit." They shook, and Henry felt the first piece of his new life click into place. The prison operated on rhythms both rigid and fluid. The guards maintained the official schedule, count times, meals, work assignments, with bureaucratic precision. But beneath that framework flowed the real current of prison life, the exchange of contraband, the subtle power struggles, the protection arrangements that determined who ate well and who went hungry. Henry observed it all during those first weeks, noting which guards could be approached and which were straight arrows, which inmates commanded respect and which were predators looking for easy marks. He saw how the Italian crews received packages during visits that were barely checked, how certain guards looked the other way when money changed hands, how the kitchen staff could be persuaded to improve the quality of meals for those with the right connections. It was, in its way, not so different from the world he'd left behind, just more confined, the stakes simultaneously lower and higher. No one was making millions in here, but a pack of cigarettes or a bottle of decent whiskey could mean the difference between comfort and misery. By his third month, Henry had established himself in the prison hierarchy. His connection to Paulie Vario opened doors, even inside. Guards who had family or financial ties to the outfit treated him with careful deference. Fellow inmates sought his friendship, offering protection or services in exchange for the possibility of future consideration when he returned to the streets. In the visiting room one Sunday afternoon, Karen sat across from him, their children fidgeting beside her. She looked tired, the strain of maintaining their home and lifestyle without him evident in the shadows beneath her eyes. "How much longer do we have to live like this?" she asked quietly, glancing at the guard who stood at a discreet distance. Henry reached across the table, taking her hands in his. Even this small contact was precious now. "I'm working on it," he said. "The lawyers think they can get it reduced with good behavior. Maybe 5 years instead of 10. Karen's expression tightened. 5 years. Tanya will be in junior high by then. I know, he squeezed her hands. "But we're still getting by, right? Paulie's taking care of things." She nodded, but her eyes held something Henry hadn't seen before. Doubt, perhaps, or resignation. "He sends an envelope every month. It's not the same, though. The other wives, they look at me differently now." Henry understood. In their world, status was everything. A wise guy in prison was still connected, still respected, but his absence created a vacuum that others were quick to fill. His family, by extension, slipped down the social ladder. "Listen to me," he said, leaning forward. "This is temporary. I'm making connections in here, laying groundwork. When I get out, we'll be better than ever." Whether Karen believed him or not, she nodded, forcing a smile for the children's benefit. The prison economy ran on contraband. Cigarettes, alcohol, drugs, food from the outside. Anything that made the sentence more bearable was currency. For Henry, seeing the patterns of supply and demand was second nature. He'd spent his life exploiting gaps in legitimate commerce. The illicit marketplace behind bars was simply a more concentrated version of the same. "You need to talk to Maze," his cellmate Frank told him one evening as they sat in the yard, watching a basketball game between rival factions that was about more than sport. "Who's Maze?" Henry asked, though he'd heard the name circulating. "Paul Maze, Pittsburgh guy. Had a nice little operation going before he got busted. Pills, weed, coke. Not connected, but smart. He's in Block D." Henry considered this. He'd been careful so far, building relationships methodically, avoiding unnecessary risks. But 6 months in, the reality of his sentence weighed on him. Karen's visits were becoming less frequent, the financial strain evident in her increasingly tense updates about home. The envelopes from Paulie were enough to keep the lights on, but not to maintain the lifestyle they'd grown accustomed to. "Set it up," he finally said. 3 days later, Henry sat across from Paul Mazzei in the prison library, both men pretending to read magazines while they spoke in low tones. Mazzei was younger than Henry had expected, with sharp features and alert eyes that constantly scanned the room. "Frank says you might be looking for opportunities," Mazzei said, turning a page he hadn't read. Henry nodded slightly. "Depends on the opportunity and the risk. There's always risk in here. Question is whether the reward makes it worthwhile." Mazzei set down his magazine. "I've got connections on the outside pharmaceutical supply chains, distribution networks. Nothing too heavy, but steady. Problem is, I need someone who can move product inside, someone with the right standing." The implication was clear. Henry's Ruchisi association gave him protection that Mazzei, as an independent operator, lacked. Guards who might shake down a non-connected inmate would think twice about interfering with someone backed by a New York family. "What kind of volume are we talking about?" Henry asked. "We start small, pills mostly, Valium painkillers, some weed when we can get it in. If that goes well, maybe we look at expanding." Henry considered the angles. The prison administration was already fighting a losing battle against contraband. One more operation wouldn't register if handled carefully. The guards who could be bought were already identified. The risk was manageable. 60-40 split, Henry said. "My favor." Mazzei smiled thinly. 50-50, I've got the supply chain. 55-45, my connections keep this running smooth. That's worth the extra points. After a moment, Mazzei nodded. "We have a deal then." They shook hands briefly, two men conducting business in a place where commerce was forbidden but never absent. By the winter of 1973, Henry had established a profitable arrangement with Mazzei. Prescription pills moved through the prison in a steady stream, concealed in food packages, carried by compromised guards, or passed during visits. The operation was modest but lucrative, providing Henry with the means to improve his own conditions and send money home to Karen. The drugs came in through multiple channels. Visitors would bring balloons filled with pills, passing them in a quick kiss or handshake. Guards who needed extra cash would carry packages through security for a cut of the profits. Sometimes the contraband arrived in more creative ways. Marijuana packed into handballs that were thrown over the exercise yard fence during scheduled recreation periods to be retrieved and distributed before the guards noticed. Henry was careful, never handling the products directly when possible, using intermediaries who were well compensated for their loyalty. He applied the same principles that had served him on the outside. Never write anything down. Never discuss business over monitored phones. Maintain plausible deniability at all times. The money flowed two ways. Some converted to commissary credit. Some funneled out to Karen through a network of visitors and released inmates who carried messages and cash to designated drop points. On a cold February night, lying on his bunk while snow fell silently beyond the barred window, Henry calculated the week's transactions in his head. The mental arithmetic was a habit from childhood. Never leave a paper trail, never give the authorities evidence. "You know what the problem is with most guys in here?" Mazzei asked from the neighboring cell, his voice low in the quiet of lockdown. "What's that?" Henry responded, though he thought he knew the answer. "They think prison is an interruption, like their real life is on pause until they get out." Mazzei laughed softly. "Smart guys know better. This is just a different market." Henry understood. He'd seen too many inmates wasting away, counting days, living for letters and visits, their minds always elsewhere. Those men served the hardest time. The ones who adapted, who found ways to make the system work for them, they were the ones who survived, sometimes even thrived. "You planning to expand?" Henry asked after a moment. There was a pause before Mazzei answered. "I'd been thinking about it. Pills are steady money, but the real action is in coke. Demand is growing, both in here and outside. Cocaine was riskier, higher penalties if caught, more scrutiny from guards, more potential for violence among customers, but the profit margins were substantially higher. I've got connections in Colombia," Mazzei continued. "People who can move serious weight. When we get out, there's real opportunity there." The word hung between them. When? Not if, but when. It was the prisoner's eternal horizon, the future point around which all plans revolved. I'll think about it, Henry said, non-committal, but he was already calculating the possibilities. By mid-1974, their operation had expanded cautiously. Cocaine became part of the inventory, though in limited quantities. The white powder commanded premium prices, but attracted more attention from prison authorities. The partnership with Maze flourished, built on mutual benefit and the shared language of criminal enterprise. During a visit that summer, Karen noticed the change in Henry. Despite the prison setting, he seemed more relaxed, more confident than in earlier months. "You look better," she said, studying his face across the visiting room table. Henry smiled. "Things are falling into place. I've got a routine now." What he didn't say was that the routine included regular payments to guards, a network of inmates who served as lookouts and couriers, and a growing reputation as someone who could provide comfort in a place designed to deny it. "The kids miss you," Karen said. "Tanya's doing well in school, but she asks about you all the time." A flicker of something, regret perhaps, crossed Henry's face. "Tell her I'm thinking about her, about all of you." "Paulie came by last week," Karen added, lowering her voice. "He said to tell you he's handled that thing with the Gambinos, whatever that means." Henry nodded. Even in prison, he remained connected to the world outside, the complex ecosystem of favors and threats that constituted mob business. Paulie kept him informed of major developments, knowing that Henry's eventual return would be smoother if he wasn't completely out of the loop. "That's good," he said. "Anything else I should know?" Karen hesitated. "There's talk some of the guys are getting picked up on RICO charges. Big cases, federal prosecutors. Tommy says it's getting harder out there." RICO, the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, was relatively new, but its impact was already being felt. The law gave prosecutors tools to target entire criminal enterprises rather than individual crimes, making it harder for the outfit to protect its members. "Tommy should worry about Tommy," Henry said dismissively. But the information was valuable. The landscape was shifting. He would need to adapt when he returned to the streets. The seasons changed, time measured in prison routines and the slow evolution of their business. By 1975, Henry and Maze had refined their operation to a science. Their partnership had weathered the inevitable tensions of prison life disputes over territory with rival groups, occasional crackdowns by administration, the betrayal of an inmate who tried to curry favor with authorities by informing. Henry had learned that prison, like the streets, required a balance of diplomacy and force. Problems were solved through negotiation when possible, through carefully applied pressure when necessary. His reputation provided a shield, but maintaining it required constant vigilance. In the yard one April afternoon, Henry watched as a new transfer, a young Italian kid from Queens, was approached by a group of predatory inmates known for targeting unaffiliated newcomers. "Should we intervene?" asked Carlo, an aging burglar who had attached himself to Henry's crew for protection. Henry assessed the situation. The kid was clearly connected. His walk, his manner, the way other Italian inmates nodded respectfully as he passed. Helping him would curry favor with whoever his sponsor was on the outside. "Let's introduce ourselves," Henry said, moving across the yard with Carlo and two other associates flanking him. The predators scattered as Henry's group approached. His reputation preceded him. The young inmate watched warily. "You just get in?" Henry asked. The kid nodded. "Yesterday, processing took forever. I'm Henry Hill. This is Carlo, Vic, and Sammy." He extended his hand. "What's your name?" "Anthony Caruso." The handshake was firm. "My uncle is Frankie Caruso." Henry recognized the name, a capo in the Colombo family. The connection was valuable, potentially extending their business reach. "Your uncle's a good man," Henry said, though he'd never actually met Frankie Caruso. "Listen, first week's the hardest. You need anything, you come to us. We look after our own in here." Relief flickered across Anthony's face, quickly masked by the practiced neutrality that made men survive on the streets and in prison. "Appreciate that. Come find me later," Henry added. "We'll talk about how things work in here." As they walked away, Carlo murmured, "Colombo connection could be useful." Henry nodded. Every relationship was a potential asset. Prison had sharpened his instinct for opportunity, for the leverage that could be found in the most unlikely places. The cocaine business grew steadily throughout 1975 and into 1976. What had begun as a small-scale operation expanded into a substantial enterprise, with connections reaching beyond the prison walls to suppliers and distributors across multiple states. Through Maze, Henry established relationships with Colombian and Cuban dealers who controlled import channels from South America. The prison became a perverse sort of business incubator, a place where criminal minds met and merged, where expertise was shared and alliances formed. Henry found himself at the center of an evolving network, positioned to step into a new role when his sentence ended. "We need to talk about what happens when you get out," Maze said one night in late 1976 as they sat playing cards in the recreation room. The conversation, like all important discussions, was conducted beneath the noise of a baseball game on the television and the clatter of other card games. Henry laid down a hand of cards. "I'm listening. My people in Pittsburgh want to expand into New York. The market there is huge, but they need local connections, someone who understands the territory, who has the right relationships." It was an opportunity and a risk. Henry's association with the Lucchese family came with certain expectations. Paulie Barrio had clear rules about drugs. They were off limits for business, a line that wasn't to be crossed. But Henry had already crossed that line in prison, and the potential profits from a larger operation were too substantial to ignore. "Paulie wouldn't approve," Henry said, voicing the obvious obstacle. Maze shrugged. "What Paulie doesn't know won't hurt him. Besides, you're not made. You've got more freedom to maneuver." It was true. As a half-Irish associate, Henry would never be formally inducted into the mafia. That exclusion had always ranked, a persistent reminder that no matter how valuable his services, he remained an outsider. But it also meant he operated with slightly different rules. "I'd need guarantees," Henry said after a long pause. "Supply lines, distribution networks, protection from both law enforcement and competitors. My people can provide that. They've been operating for years without serious heat." Henry considered the proposition. The cocaine trade represented a new frontier, potentially more lucrative than the traditional rackets he'd worked before prison. The demand was growing, the profit margins were enormous, and the infrastructure Maze described sounded solid. "Let me think about it," he finally said, though in truth his decision was already forming. By early 1977, Henry's prison sentence was drawing to a close. Good behavior and the effective work of his lawyers had reduced the original 10 years to a more manageable 5. Freedom beckoned, along with the opportunities and complications it would bring. In the prison yard, beneath a pale winter sun, Henry and Maze walked the perimeter, their breath forming clouds in the cold air. "So we have an understanding?" Maze asked, his eyes on the fence line where guards patrolled with shotguns. Henry nodded. "When I get out, I'll make the introductions, set up the pipeline. Your people handle supply, my people handle distribution, 50-50 split. And Paulie. I'll manage Paulie," Henry said, though uncertainty flickered beneath his confident tone. Managing Paulie Barrio would be delicate work. The old-school capo had strong opinions about narcotics. They attracted too much heat, disrupted traditional operations, brought unwanted attention from federal agencies that had previously focused elsewhere. But Henry had spent 5 years building this opportunity. The cocaine business promised wealth beyond what the conventional rackets could deliver. It was a gamble, but one with potentially enormous payoff. "My people will be in touch once you're settled," Maze said as they completed their circuit of the yard. 30 days after release, that gives you time to re-establish yourself. As they parted ways, Henry felt a curious mixture of anticipation and trepidation. Prison had changed him, not in the way the system intended, reforming the criminal into a law-abiding citizen, but by refining his criminal instincts, expanding his network, and opening his eyes to new opportunities. The world he would return to was not the same one he had left. Karen's visits had become less frequent over time, her updates about home life more guarded. Paulie's messages arrived regularly but contained fewer details about business operations, as if preparing Henry for a different role upon his return. The landscape of organized crime itself was shifting, with RICO prosecutions and increased federal scrutiny altering the calculus of risk and reward. Yet as his release date approached, Henry felt a growing certainty. He had survived prison not by withdrawing but by adapting, by turning confinement into opportunity. The same skills would serve him on the outside, in the expanded territory that awaited. On his final night in the penitentiary, Henry lay awake long after lights out, listening to the familiar sounds of the cell block, the murmur of hushed conversations, the occasional clanking of pipes, the muffled footsteps of night guards making their rounds. Tomorrow he would walk out the gates, returning to a world that had continued without him. But he wouldn't be starting from nothing. In the darkness of his cell, Henry mentally reviewed the connections he had forged, the arrangements he had made, the possibilities he had cultivated during these years of confinement. Prison had not broken him. It had become his classroom, his networking event, his business incubator. As sleep finally began to claim him, Henry's thoughts drifted to the cocaine operation waiting to be built, to the new partnership with Maze's people, to the careful balancing act he would need to perform between these fresh opportunities and his established place in Paulie's crew. The challenges were substantial, but so were the potential rewards. 5 years ago, he had entered these walls a soldier in someone else's army. Tomorrow, he would leave with the foundations of his own empire taking shape in his mind. An empire built on white powder rather than hijacked trucks, on international connections rather than neighborhood rackets. The future, with all its promise and peril, awaited beyond the prison walls. The December air hung cold and heavy over Queens, tightening its grip on the weathered brick and concrete of the borough. Henry Hill sat in the back booth of Robert's lounge, the familiar smell of cigarette smoke and spilled beer enveloping him like an old friend. Outside, the streets of New York City were slowly recovering from near bankruptcy, but in here, time seemed suspended in a permanent twilight of schemes and ambitions. Henry nursed his drink, watching Jimmy Burke's weathered hands sketch invisible diagrams on the tabletop. Burke's eyes, alert and calculating, never seemed to blink as he spoke in hushed tones. The lounge hummed with the quiet murmur of conversations, punctuated by the occasional burst of laughter or the clink of glasses against the bar. "This ain't some truck hijacking," Jimmy was saying, his voice barely audible above the Bee Gees playing from the jukebox. "This is the real thing, Henry, the big one." Henry nodded, feeling the familiar rush of adrenaline that always accompanied these conversations. At 30, he'd been running with Jimmy and the crew for most of his life, but this was different. The information that had found its way to him through Martin Krugman, known to everyone as Marty, had changed everything. Lufthansa Airlines was moving millions in cash through Kennedy Airport, untraceable bills from American tourists and servicemen exchanging their dollars in West Germany. And they knew exactly how to get to it. "How much we talking about?" Henry asked, though he already knew the answer. Jimmy's eyes gleamed in the dim light. "Conservative? 2 million. Could be twice that." Henry let out a low whistle. In the world they inhabited, scores were measured in thousands, maybe tens of thousands. 100 grand was a major haul. But millions. That was life-changing money. The kind of score that defined careers and sealed legacies. "Werner's gambling debts are our golden ticket," Henry said quietly. "Guy owes Marty 20 grand he can't pay, but he knows every inch of that cargo terminal." Louis Werner was a cargo supervisor for Lufthansa with access to floor plans, alarm systems, and, most importantly, the schedules for when the currency shipments arrived. His gambling problem had forced him to offer information instead of cash, and that information had traveled from Marty Krugman to Henry and finally to Jimmy Burke. "Paulie signed off?" Henry asked, referring to Paul Vario, the Lucchese family capo who provided protection and oversight for their operations. Jimmy nodded slowly. "Paulie leads cash. Feds grabbed that cocaine shipment last month. He's looking to recoup. This fits the bill." The mention of Vario's approval settled something in Henry's mind. This wasn't just another score, it was a sanctioned operation with the backing of the family. For Henry, who could never be made because of his half-Irish heritage, being central to a score of this magnitude meant something profound. It was validation, proof that bloodlines didn't matter as much as brains and loyalty. "Werner says they just got a big shipment on Friday," Henry continued, leaning closer. "It'll sit in the vault all weekend. Sunday night's the time." "December 11th, Jimmy confirmed, his voice carrying a rare note of anticipation. "We've got one shot at this." The air in the booth seemed to thicken with possibility. Outside, New York City continued its slow decline into urban decay. The 1977 blackout had left scars across the 5 boroughs, and Times Square had transformed into a carnival of vice. But inside Robert's lounge, with its dark wood paneling and smoke-stained ceiling, a different kind of darkness was taking shape, one filled with meticulous plans and measured risks. In the days that followed, Henry found himself caught in a whirlwind of preparations. Jimmy Burke had assembled his crew with surgical precision, each man selected for specific skills and trustworthiness. Tommy de Simone, volatile but loyal, would provide the muscle. Angelo Sepe, fresh out of prison and hungry for action, brought a dangerous edge. Joe Buddha, Manry, and Robert Frenchy McMahon had airport experience. Louis Roast Beef Cafora would handle money movement. Paolo Licastri, a Sicilian from the Gambino family, ensured they had cross-family approval. Parnell Stacks, Edwards, a blues musician who'd proven himself reliable, would drive the getaway van. And Jimmy's own son, Frank Burke, would drive the crash car. The planning sessions took place in the back room of Robert's lounge, where Jimmy had famously buried bodies under the floor in years past. The room carried that knowledge like a secret whisper, lending gravity to their discussions. Maps and diagrams spread across the table, coffee cups and ashtrays crowding the corners. The beauty of this, Henry explained to the assembled crew, is that Werner's given us everything. Floor plans, alarm codes, employee schedules. We know exactly who'll be there and where they'll be. Jimmy nodded, taking over. Alarms are basic. First door has to be closed before the second one opens, or it triggers a silent alert. Werner says the night manager, Eric, has access to everything. We get him to cooperate. We're golden. Henry watched the men absorb the information. Each had worked with Jimmy before. Each understood the stakes. What went unsaid was just as important as what was discussed. The consequences of mistakes, the importance of silence after the job. In their world, these things were understood. Outside the planning room, Henry found moments of reflection. Driving through Queens, past the weathered buildings and graffiti-covered subway cars, he contemplated what this score would mean. He had risen from being a neighborhood kid watching wise guys at the cab stand to sitting at the table where historic decisions were made. The Lufthansa heist would cement his place in that world. "You're quiet tonight," Karen observed one evening as Henry sat at their kitchen table, absently turning a glass of scotch in his hands. Their home in Rockville Center on Long Island was a world away from the streets where he'd grown up, a testament to how far he'd come. "Just thinking," Henry replied, offering a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Karen knew not to press. After years of marriage, she understood the rhythm of his work. The planning, the execution, the celebration. She'd learned to read the silences, to interpret the tension in his shoulders. "The kids are asleep," she said, changing the subject. "Judy kept asking when you'd help her with her science project." Henry nodded, feeling the familiar tug between his worlds. "I'll make time tomorrow," he promised, knowing that the heist planning would demand most of his attention. Later that night, as Karen slept beside him, Henry stared at the ceiling, mentally walking through the Lufthansa cargo terminal. In his mind, he could see the route from the entry gate to the vault, could anticipate the reactions of the night staff when confronted by armed men in ski masks. The plan was solid. The crew was experienced. The payoff would be enormous. Yet something nagged at him, a vague uneasiness he couldn't place. Perhaps it was the scale of the operation, so much larger than anything they'd attempted before. Perhaps it was the number of people involved, each representing a potential weak link. Or perhaps it was simply the weight of opportunity, the knowledge that after this, everything would be different. The early morning hours of December 11th, 1978, arrived with a biting cold that seemed to crystallize the air around JFK Airport. At precisely 3:00 a.m., a stolen black Ford Econoline van pulled up to the Lufthansa cargo terminal. The security guard, expecting a routine delivery, watched as 6 men in ski masks emerged from the vehicle. Before he could react, they were upon him. Henry wasn't among the men who entered the facility. His role had been in the planning, not the execution, but he could picture the scene unfolding exactly as they had rehearsed. The crew would move with practiced efficiency, gathering the employees in the lunchroom, securing them with tape. Tommy de Simone would find Rudy Eric, the night manager, and escort him to the vault. "Just do what you're told and nobody gets hurt," Tommy would say, his voice muffled behind the mask, but no less menacing. Across Queens, Henry sat with Jimmy in a nondescript sedan, waiting for news. The radio played softly, the Bee Gees again, Stayin' Alive, which struck Henry as appropriate. Jimmy checked his watch periodically, his expression unreadable in the dim light. "They should be at the vault by now," Jimmy muttered, more to himself than to Henry. Henry nodded, imagining Eric disabling the alarms, opening the first door, closing it, then opening the second. the precise sequence needed to avoid triggering the silent alert. Inside the vault would be rows of sealed cartons, each containing stacks of cash that had made the journey from West Germany to JFK, destined for Federal Reserve processing. The minutes crawled by, each second stretching into what felt like hours. Neither man spoke much, both lost in their own thoughts. For Henry, the wait was almost harder than being there. At least in the action, there was no time to think, to worry. At 4:30 a.m., the car radio crackled to life, a prearranged signal. A voice, tight with excitement, delivered the code phrase, "The snow is falling." Jimmy's face broke into a rare smile. "It's done," he said simply. Later, at the auto repair shop in Canarsie, where the exchange was to take place, Henry watched as the van pulled in. The men emerged, their movements quick and precise, despite what must have been exhaustion and residual adrenaline. The cartons were transferred to 2 passenger cars with practiced efficiency, no words wasted. 72 cartons, Tommy reported, pulling off his ski mask to reveal a face shining with sweat despite the December cold, exactly where Werner said they'd be. Jimmy nodded, already beginning to count the money. The bills were bundled in stacks, each wrapped in Lufthansa tags that indicated the amount and origin. As the counting progressed, it became clear that the haul exceeded even their optimistic estimates. 5 million in cash. Nearly another million in jewelry. In 1978, it was an almost unimaginable sum, especially in untraceable bills. Henry felt a wave of something between elation and disbelief wash over him. They had done it. The largest cash robbery on American soil, executed in just 64 minutes, with no shots fired and no injuries. "Not bad for an hour's work," he said quietly, watching as Jimmy continued to count. Jimmy looked up briefly, his eyes glinting. "This is just the beginning, Henry, just the beginning." The crew dispersed quickly after the money was secured, each man carrying only what he needed for the immediate future. The bulk of the cash would remain with Jimmy, to be distributed according to an agreed-upon schedule once the heat died down. There would be celebrations later, private acknowledgements of what they'd accomplished. But for now, caution prevailed. Henry drove home as dawn broke over Long Island, the rising sun casting long shadows across the suburban landscape. In his pocket was a thick envelope, a preliminary payment that represented more money than many people saw in a year. The rest would come later, when it was safe. As he pulled into his driveway, Henry caught sight of his reflection in the rearview mirror. He looked the same eyes, same face, same Henry Hill, who'd grown up watching the Wise Guys from a distance. But something fundamental had shifted. He was now part of something historic, something that would be talked about in hushed tones for years to come. Inside, the house was quiet. Karen and the kids still asleep. Henry moved through the familiar rooms, feeling strangely disconnected from the domestic scene. In the kitchen, he poured himself a drink and sat at the table, watching as the morning light gradually filled the room. The Lufthansa heist had gone perfectly, almost too perfectly. Henry couldn't shake the feeling that something so seamless, so lucrative, would carry its own price. In their world, success on this scale attracted attention, created jealousies, sparked paranoia. The money would change things, not just financially, but in the delicate balance of relationships and loyalties that defined their existence. But those were concerns for another day. For now, Henry allowed himself a moment of pure satisfaction. They had planned the perfect crime and executed it flawlessly. Whatever came next, he had cemented his place in the hierarchy that had defined his life since childhood. Not bad for a half-Irish kid from Brownsville who could never be officially made. Outside, the winter sun continued its slow climb, casting a pale golden light over the neighborhood. Inside, Henry Hill sat alone at his kitchen table, a man at the zenith of his criminal career. Unaware that the very success he celebrated would set in motion a chain of events that would eventually destroy everything he had built. In the days following the heist, a strange calm settled over Henry's world. The news reports were predictably sensational. "Lufthansa heist stuns officials," screamed the Daily News headline. The papers speculated about inside jobs and organized crime connections, but nothing concrete pointed to Jimmy Burke or his crew. The FBI and Port Authority police swarmed over the Lufthansa terminal, interviewing employees and reviewing security protocols that had already failed spectacularly. Henry maintained his routine, moving between his legitimate businesses and the familiar haunts where the crew gathered. Robert's Lounge remained the center of their universe. Their discussions of the heist were conducted in whispers or not at all. The unspoken rule was simple: the less said, the better. "They're interviewing everyone who works at the airport," Henry mentioned casually to Jimmy one evening, sliding into the booth where Burke sat nursing a drink. Jimmy nodded, unsurprised. "Let them. Werner knows what happens if he talks." The threat wasn't explicit, but it didn't need to be. Louis Werner, the insider who had provided the critical information, understood the consequences of betrayal. His gambling debts had been forgiven in exchange for his role in the heist, but his life now depended on his silence. "What about the others?" Henry asked, thinking of the expanded crew they brought in for the job. Jimmy's eyes hardened slightly. "I'm watching them, all of them." Something in Jimmy's tone made Henry uneasy. Burke had always been calculating, but there was a new edge to his vigilance, a heightened suspicion that seemed to extend even to longtime associates. The holiday season provided a natural cover for spending. Christmas in 1978 was especially lavish for the families connected to the heist. Karen received a full-length fur coat and diamond earrings. The children got every toy they'd circled in the Sears catalog. Henry himself indulged in a new watch and a tailored suit from the best shop in Manhattan. Similar scenes played out across Queens and Brooklyn. Tommy DeSimone bought his wife a new Cadillac. Angelo Sepe renovated his mother's house. Even the more cautious members of the crew found ways to enjoy their newfound wealth, though Jimmy had warned everyone to keep a low profile. Not everyone heeded the warning. Louis Cafora, nicknamed Roast Beef, arrived at Robert's Lounge one night in a brand new Mercedes-Benz, the price tag practically still attached. "What the hell is this?" Jimmy demanded, his voice quiet but dangerous as Cafora proudly showed off the vehicle. "What? I told my wife it's a Christmas bonus from my meat business," Cafora replied, oblivious to the storm gathering in Jimmy's eyes. Henry watched the exchange with growing concern. Cafora's extravagance wasn't just poor judgment, it was a potential threat to everyone involved. The same could be said for Martin Krugman, who had begun pressing for his cut of the money more aggressively than was wise. "Jimmy, about Marty," Henry began during a private moment later that night, choosing his words carefully. "He's getting anxious about his share." Jimmy's response was non-committal. A nod, a murmured acknowledgement that revealed nothing of his thoughts. But Henry had known Jimmy long enough to recognize the calculation happening behind those impassive eyes. As December progressed, Henry found himself increasingly caught between celebrating their success and managing the tensions it created. The crew had pulled off the perfect crime, yet the aftermath was proving more complicated than the heist itself. One evening, as Christmas approached, Henry sat with his family in their living room, watching as his children played with new toys under the glow of colored lights from the lavishly decorated tree. Karen caught his eye from across the room and smiled, a genuine moment of connection in a relationship that had weathered its share of storms. "You seem worried," she said later after the children had gone to bed. Henry considered denying it, then thought better of it. Karen knew him too well. "It's nothing specific," he replied, which wasn't entirely a lie. His concerns were nebulous, a feeling more than a concrete problem. "Is it about the airport thing?" Karen asked, her voice dropping even though they were alone in their bedroom. She never asked for details about his work, but she wasn't blind to the connections between major heists in the news and sudden influxes of cash in their household. Henry nodded slightly. "It's just, when things go too well, sometimes that's when you need to worry the most." Karen moved closer, resting her head against his shoulder. "Then enjoy this moment," she said softly. "Whatever comes next, we have this." Henry wrapped an arm around her, trying to absorb her pragmatic optimism. Maybe she was right. Maybe the unease he felt was just the natural calm-down after months of planning and the adrenaline rush of success. But as he stared out the window at the quiet suburban street, Henry couldn't shake the feeling that the Lufthansa heist, for all its perfect execution, had set something irreversible in motion. They had reached a pinnacle, achieved the score of a lifetime, and in their world, such heights rarely came without consequences. The last days of 1978 unfolded in a strange juxtaposition of celebration and vigilance. New Year's Eve found Henry at a party in Queens, surrounded by familiar faces from the neighborhood. The air was thick with cigarette smoke and the sound of Dean Martin on the stereo. Champagne flowed freely, and at midnight when the ball dropped in Times Square, everyone cheered and embraced. Henry raised his glass along with the others, joining in the toast to 1979. But even as he smiled and kissed Karen, A part of him remained detached, observing rather than fully participating. The Lufthansa heist had changed things in ways he was only beginning to understand, elevating his status while simultaneously placing him at the center of something volatile and potentially dangerous. As the new year dawned, Henry Hill stood at the zenith of his criminal career, a key figure in the most successful cash robbery in American history. What he couldn't know was how quickly the carefully constructed edifice would begin to crumble, or how completely the triumph of December 11th, 1978, would eventually transform into something entirely different. But that reckoning remained in the future. For now, as the final hours of 1978 slipped away, Henry allowed himself to believe in the possibility that they had beaten the odds, that they had executed the perfect crime and would reap its rewards without paying its price. It was, perhaps, the last moment of uncomplicated success he would know. Winter deepened its grip on New York City as 1978 drew to a close, coating the streets with slush and turning breath to vapor. Henry Hill stood by the frosted window of Robert's lounge, nursing a scotch as he watched headlights crawl through the Queen's darkness. Christmas decorations hung limply in neighborhood windows, their cheerful glow at odds with the hollowness settling in Henry's stomach. A week had passed since the Lufthansa heist, the largest cash robbery in American history, and what should have been a triumph was curdling into something else entirely. $6 million, more money than any of them had ever seen in one place. But instead of celebration, the air at Robert's lounge felt charged with an uneasy electricity. "You hear about Stacks?" Tommy DeSimone slid into the booth across from Henry, keeping his voice low despite the ambient noise of clinking glasses and distant laughter. Henry nodded almost imperceptibly. Everyone had heard by now. Parnell Stacks Edwards, who'd been tasked with the simple job of driving the heist's van to a New Jersey junkyard to be crushed, had instead driven it to his girlfriend's apartment in Queens. He'd gotten high, fallen asleep, and left the van parked in front of a fire hydrant with the stolen plates still attached. The police had found it 2 days later. "Jimmy took care of it," Tommy continued, his eyes scanning the room. "Me and Angelo." The unspoken details hung in the air between them. 5 or 6 bullets to the head and chest, Stacks Edwards found in his bed in Ozone Park. Another friend gone, reduced to a cautionary tale. "It had to happen," Henry said finally, his voice flat. "He left the van where anyone could find it, fingerprints everywhere." Tommy nodded, but there was something in his expression, a flicker of unease, that mirrored Henry's own disquiet. Neither man said what they were thinking, that Jimmy Burke's reaction seemed excessive, disproportionate. Necessary, perhaps, but delivered with a coldness that felt new. "Jimmy wants to see you," Tommy said, standing up. "He's in the back." Henry drained his glass and followed, moving through the familiar smoky haze of Robert's lounge. The jukebox played something by the Bee Gees, the disco beat incongruously upbeat against the weight of what was happening. Jimmy the Gent Burke sat alone at his usual table, cigarette smoke wreathing his head like a halo. Once Henry's mentor and closest friend, the man now looked somehow different, his eyes harder, more calculating. The Lufthansa score had changed him, as if the sheer size of the windfall had amplified both his ambition and his paranoia. "Henry," Jimmy nodded, gesturing to the chair opposite. "Sit down." Henry settled in, noting the half-empty bottle of whiskey on the table. Jimmy had always been careful with alcohol, maintaining control. This was unusual. "How's Karen and the kids?" Jimmy asked, his tone casual but his eyes never leaving Henry's face. "They're good, getting ready for Christmas." Jimmy nodded, taking a long drag from his cigarette. "That's good. Family's important." He leaned forward slightly. "You know what else is important, Henry? Loyalty, discretion." "Always," Henry said, meeting Jimmy's gaze. "Marty Krugman's been calling me 3-4 times a day, demanding his cut." Jimmy's voice remained conversational, but his fingers tightened around his glass. "Getting loud about it. Making noise in all the wrong places." Henry knew Krugman, a bookmaker who ran a wig shop in the Bronx. He provided the initial tip about the Lufthansa cargo vault, information he'd gotten from an inside man named Louis Werner. Now Krugman wanted his $500,000 finder's fee. "He'll keep pushing until he gets paid," Henry observed carefully. Jimmy's smile didn't reach his eyes. "That's the thing about Marty. He doesn't understand patience or timing, and now he's getting nervous, which makes him dangerous." He stubbed out his cigarette with deliberate precision. "I'm thinking it might be time Marty took a long vacation." The statement hung in the air, its meaning unmistakable. Henry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the December weather. Jimmy Burke had always been capable of violence. It was part of their world, but there had been rules, a code. Now, with millions at stake and the FBI circling, those boundaries seemed to be dissolving. "Whatever you think is best, Jimmy," Henry said after a moment. Burke nodded, seemingly satisfied. "I know I can count on you, Henry. You've always been smart. Careful." His tone shifted slightly. "Speaking of careful, tell Tommy and them, no flashy spending. Nothing that draws attention. We sit on the money for a while, understand? No new cars, no jewelry, no fur coats for the wives. Nothing that says, we just came into cash." "I'll spread the word," Henry promised, though he already doubted some of the crew would listen. Money burned holes in pockets, especially in their world where tomorrow was never guaranteed. As the holidays passed and 1979 began, Henry's unease only grew. Jimmy's paranoia seemed to intensify with each passing day. The disappearance of Marty Krugman in early January surprised no one in their circle. The bookmaker had last been seen heading to a meeting with Jimmy and Angelo Sepe. His body was never found. Henry tried to maintain normalcy at home with Coron and the children, decorating their Christmas tree and exchanging gifts, but the shadow of what was happening hung over everything. He found himself checking his rearview mirror more frequently, startling at unexpected sounds. The bonds of trust that had defined his life in the organization were fraying, revealing something darker underneath. One cold evening in mid-January, Henry sat with Jimmy at a back table in a dimly lit restaurant in Brooklyn. The place was mostly empty, just a few patrons scattered at tables far from theirs. Jimmy looked tired, the lines around his eyes deeper than Henry remembered. "You hear about Richard Eaton?" Jimmy asked, cutting into his steak. Henry nodded. Eaton's body had been discovered that morning by children playing near an abandoned meat truck in Brooklyn. He'd been bound with wire, his neck broken, his body frozen solid inside the refrigerated compartment. It had taken the medical examiner 2 days just to thaw the corpse enough for autopsy. "I heard," Henry said quietly. "Shame about that," Jimmy said, chewing methodically. "Guy tries to take me for $250,000 in a fake cocaine deal, then skims money while laundering our cash." Shook his head. What did he expect would happen? Henry pushed food around his plate, his appetite gone. Richard Eaton had been known to them all, a con artist and money launderer who operated on the fringes of their world. Not directly involved in the heist, but connected enough to be useful for cleaning the money afterward. And now he was another body, another message. "The feds are building something," Jimmy continued, his voice low. Task force. RICO investigations. They're getting smarter, Henry. More patient." He leaned forward. "I'm hearing things about Kafora." Louis Roastbeef Kafora was another member of the Lufthansa crew. Henry had seen him just days ago, driving a brand new pink Cadillac he bought for his wife Joanna, a flashy purchase that directly defied Jimmy's orders about laying low. "That Cadillac," Henry began. Jimmy cut him off with a dismissive wave. "The Cadillac is just a symptom. The problem is his mouth. He's been seen talking to people near the airport, where the feds are watching." His eyes hardened. "I can't have that, Henry. I won't have that." Henry nodded, understanding the implication. Another name being added to an invisible list. Another loose end Jimmy was preparing to cut. The winter stretched on, grey and unforgiving. By March, Louis Kafora and his wife Joanna had vanished. Their new pink Cadillac was found abandoned in a long-term parking lot at Kennedy Airport, a thin layer of dust already settling on its custom paint job. Their bodies were never recovered, but rumors circulated that they'd been crushed along with their car in a mechanical compactor at an auto yard in New Jersey. Spring brought no thaw to the frozen dread that had settled over their crew. In May, Robert Frenchy McMahon and Joe Buddha Manry were found slumped in the front seat of a parked Buick in Mill Basin, both shot execution style in the back of the head. They had been airport insiders, crucial to the heist's planning, but Jimmy had grown convinced they might cooperate with authorities. Henry found himself increasingly isolated, caught between his loyalty to Jimmy and his growing horror at what was happening. The crew that had once felt like family was being systematically eliminated, each death attributed to Jimmy's escalating paranoia. On a warm evening in June, Henry sat on his patio watching his daughters play in the yard. Karen brought him an iced tea, settling into the chair beside him. "You haven't been sleeping," she observed, her voice gentle but knowing. Henry shrugged. Just business stuff. Karen gave him a long look. They had been together too many years for such transparent deflections. Is it Jimmy? She asked finally. Henry glanced around instinctively, despite being in his own backyard. It's complicated. It's always complicated, Karen said. But this feels different. You're scared, Henry. I can see it. He couldn't deny it. That morning, he'd heard that Paolo Licastre's body had been discovered on a burning trash heap in Brooklyn, naked, bullet-riddled, deliberately displayed as a warning to others. Licastre had been one of the actual robbers, a made man from the Gambino family. Even his status hadn't protected him. Jimmy's changed, Henry said finally, keeping his voice low. The score was too big, there's too much heat, and now he sees threats everywhere. Karen reached for his hand. Are we in danger? Henry squeezed her fingers reassuringly, though his own certainty had never been shakier. No, I'm still valuable to him. I've been careful. Later that night, after Karen and the children were asleep, Henry sat alone in his kitchen, a tumbler of whiskey untouched before him. Through the window, he could see the moon casting silver light on the quiet suburban street. Houses where people lived normal lives, uncomplicated by the shadow world he inhabited. He thought about Teresa Ferrara, whose dismembered torso had washed ashore in New Jersey the previous month. She'd been a mistress to Tommy DeSimone and had connections to several crew members. Jimmy had become convinced she was an informant. The telephone rang, startling him from his thoughts. Henry checked his watch, nearly midnight, before answering. It's me, Jimmy's voice came through the line, sounding tired. Can you meet tomorrow? The usual spot, noon. I'll be there, Henry assured him, though a flicker of apprehension passed through him. These days, summons from Jimmy carried an undercurrent of danger. Good, Jimmy paused. You know you're one of the few I still trust, right, Henry? You and Tommy, the smart ones. After hanging up, Henry returned to the kitchen table, finally taking a sip of his whiskey. The irony wasn't lost on him. As Jimmy's inner circle contracted through his own violent purges, those remaining were both privileged and endangered, trusted associates walking an increasingly narrow ledge. The following day, Henry arrived at the diner early, choosing a booth with a clear view of both the entrance and the parking lot. Jimmy arrived precisely at noon, sliding into the seat across from him with the relaxed demeanor that had earned him the nickname, the Gent. He ordered coffee and made small talk about baseball while their food arrived, only shifting to business once the waitress had retreated. We need to be patient now, Jimmy said, methodically adding cream to his coffee. The money's stashed safe. A year or two from now, when the heat's died down, we'll start moving it slowly. Henry nodded, watching Jimmy's face for any sign of the dangerous paranoia that had claimed so many lives over the past 6 months. Today, Jimmy seemed almost like his old self, calculated, strategic. What about the feds? Henry asked. They're not backing off. Jimmy's smile was cold. They've got nothing but theories, no witnesses, no solid evidence. He tapped his temple. I've made sure of that. 6 of their associates dead or disappeared since the heist. Each one a potential witness eliminated, each death calculated to remove a specific vulnerability. Smart move, Henry said, forcing a casual tone he didn't feel. Better safe than sorry. Jimmy studied him for a moment. You've always understood the business, Henry. The necessities. He pushed his plate away. I need you to talk to Tommy. He's getting careless, drawing attention. I'm worried about him. The request sent a chill through Henry. Tommy DeSimone had been Jimmy's enforcer, handling several of the killings himself. Now Jimmy was expressing worry about him, the same language he'd used before others had vanished. I'll talk to him, Henry promised. He'll listen to me. Jimmy nodded, apparently satisfied. Good, that's why I count on you, Henry. You understand discretion. As summer stretched into fall, Henry found himself performing an increasingly difficult balancing act. He maintained his loyalty to Jimmy while quietly putting distance between them, gradually shifting his business activities toward his own drug operations. It wasn't a clean break, such things didn't exist in their world, but a slow, careful recalibration. The killings had stopped, at least temporarily. The $6 million remained largely untouched, hidden in various locations known only to Jimmy. The FBI continued its investigation, but with no witnesses and minimal physical evidence, they struggled to build a case. On a crisp October evening, Henry sat with Tommy DeSimone at a quiet bar in Manhattan, far from their usual haunts in Queens. Tommy looked nervous, his eyes constantly scanning the room. Jimmy's acting strange around me, Tommy confided after several drinks. asking weird questions, testing me. Henry kept his expression neutral. He's just being careful. The heat's still on from Lufthansa. Tommy shook his head. It's more than that. I can feel it. He lowered his voice. You know what happened to the others. Stacks, Kafora, all of them. 1 minute they're in, next they're gone. You're different, Henry said, though he wasn't sure he believed it. You've been with Jimmy forever. You handled things for him. Maybe that's the problem, Tommy replied, draining his glass. I know too much. Henry had no answer for that. The logic was sound, and it mirrored his own private fears. In Jimmy's new calculus, loyalty and past service counted for less than the potential risk someone posed. And Tommy DeSimone, who had carried out several murders on Jimmy's orders, represented a significant liability. As 1979 drew to a close, the landscape had fundamentally shifted. The Lufthansa heist, which should have been their crowning achievement, had instead sown seeds of destruction within their crew. $6 million gained at the cost of at least 7 lives, not from law enforcement or rival gangs, but from Jimmy Burke's own paranoid purge. Henry sat alone in his car one December night, parked on a quiet street overlooking Jamaica Bay. The city lights reflected on the black water, shimmering like the promise of something always just out of reach. He thought about Jimmy, about loyalty, about the slow dissolution of bonds he'd once believed unbreakable. The truth had become unavoidable. In their world, there were no real guarantees, no permanent security. Not money, not friendship, not even family ties. There was only survival, and the increasingly complex calculations required to ensure it. Henry started his car, the engine's purr disrupting the night's silence. As he drove home through the sleeping city, he understood that the Lufthansa heist had changed everything, not just for those who had died, but for those who remained. The rules had shifted. The center could not hold, and somewhere in the quiet spaces between loyalty and survival, difficult choices waited. A new decade approached, bringing with it unknowable challenges and reckonings. For now, Henry would continue the delicate dance, loyal associate, careful observer, increasingly wary friend. The lessons of 1979 had been written in blood. He did not intend to become another cautionary tale in Jimmy Burke's ruthless campaign to protect his greatest score. Through the steamed windows of a booth at Ray's Diner in Queens, Henry Hill watched the winter rain transform the parking lot into a mosaic of reflections. A cigarette burned slowly between his fingers as he waited, the ambient sounds of silverware against plates and quiet conversations floating around him. It was December 1978, and Henry's world had become a web of opportunities that extended far beyond the traditional streets of New York. The bell above the diner door chimed. Paul Mazzei, a stocky man with heavy features and a moustache that seemed perpetually in need of trimming, shook droplets from his overcoat before sliding into the booth across from Henry. The two men shared a particular history cellmates at Lewisburg Federal Penitentiary, where conversations between cement walls had formed the foundation of an unusual trust. You're looking good, Henry, Mazzei said, signaling the waitress for coffee. Freedom suits you. Henry offered a measured smile. Better than the alternative. How's Pittsburgh treating you these days? Cold, wet, but profitable. Mazzei leaned forward, lowering his voice to a murmur that barely carried across the formica table. I've got something interesting, something clean, with minimal exposure. The waitress arrived with Mazzei's coffee, and both men fell silent until she retreated. Henry took a long drag from his cigarette, exhaling a cloud that hung between them like a veil. I'm listening, Henry said. College basketball. Mazzei stirred sugar into his cup. Boston College, specifically. I've got connections through the Perla brothers, Rocco and his brother Anthony. They're gamblers from my neighborhood who've been working an angle with one of the players, a center named Rick Kuhn. Henry's expression remained neutral, but his interest quickened. Point shaving in college basketball wasn't new, but it was elegant, no guns, no violence, just the manipulation of numbers on a scoreboard translated into dollars. The problem is, Mazzei continued, they need financing. They need someone who can place substantial bets in multiple locations without drawing attention. And they need protection. He paused. I thought of you. Henry tapped ash from his cigarette. What's the mechanism? Kuhn controls the inside game. They're not asking the team to lose outright that draws too much attention. They just need to shave points, make sure BC doesn't cover the spread. Coon gets a bonus for each game, usually around 2,500. The diner lights flickered momentarily as thunder rolled outside. Henry considered the proposal, mentally walking through the pieces. College athletes were vulnerable, young men with expensive tastes and empty pockets, playing in a system that generated millions while they survived on scholarships and cafeteria meals. How many players are involved? Henry asked. Coons brought in the point guard, Sweeney, team captain. Good kid actually, but scared enough to play ball. They're also working on Cobb, the shooting guard. He's their leading scorer. Henry nodded slowly. I'll need to discuss this with Jimmy. Anything touching gambling falls under his territory. If he likes it, we'd need to go to Paulie for approval. Maze smiled. I figured as much. But it's clean money, Henry. No alarms, no guns, no merchandise to move. Just numbers on a page and points on a scoreboard. 3 days later, in the back room of Robert's lounge, Henry presented the scheme to Jimmy Burke. The older man sat in semi-darkness, a glass of whiskey untouched at his elbow, listening without interruption as Henry outlined the details. Through the closed door, muffled sounds of the bar filtered in, clinking glasses, bursts of laughter, the distant melody of Le Freak by Chic playing on the jukebox. College basketball, Jimmy finally said, scratching at his salt and pepper sideburns. Not our usual line. That's the beauty of it, Henry replied. Low risk, potentially high return. We'd be working with gamblers out of Pittsburgh who already have an inside man. All we need to provide is capital and connections for placing bets. Jimmy's eyes narrowed slightly. How much are we talking about? Initial stake of 50,000, but with the right spread and proper distribution of bets, we could turn that into several 100,000 by season's end. The older gangster drummed his fingers on the table, his expression contemplative. Jimmy had always been particularly interested in gambling operations, seeing in them a blend of psychology, mathematics, and controlled risk that appealed to his strategic mind. What does Paul Vario say? Jimmy asked, referencing the Lucchese family capo whose approval would be necessary for any significant venture. I wanted to run it by you first, Henry said. If you're interested, I'll take it to Paulie. Jimmy reached for his whiskey and took a small sip. Set up a meeting with these Pittsburgh people. I want to look them in the eye before we commit. The meeting took place a week later in a nondescript hotel room near LaGuardia Airport. The Perla brothers, Rocco stockier and more talkative, Anthony slender and watchful, laid out the mechanics of their scheme in methodical detail. They explained how they had cultivated Rick Coon, how they had assessed which games offered the best opportunities for manipulation, and how they planned to distribute their bets to avoid detection. As they spoke, Jimmy Burke observed them with a predator's patience, occasionally asking pointed questions about contingencies and security. Henry recognized the measured calculation behind Jimmy's casual demeanor, the assessment of risk versus reward that had guided their operations for years. The first game is against Providence on December the 6th, Rocco explained, spreading a basketball schedule on the hotel room desk. BC is favored by 6 to 7 points. With Coon controlling the boards and Sweeney managing the backcourt, they can ensure BC doesn't cover. And your inside man, this Coon, he's reliable? Jimmy asked. Known him since high school, Rocco answered. He understands what's at stake. And if he gets cold feet, Jimmy pressed. A moment of silence fell across the room. Anthony Perla shifted uncomfortably, but Maze stepped in smoothly. These are college kids, he said. They're not made guys with codes of silence. The threat of exposure is usually enough to keep them in line. If they talk, their careers are over. Jimmy nodded slowly, then turned to Henry. What's your assessment? Henry had been weighing the angles throughout the presentation. I think it's solid. The mechanisms are in place. The players are motivated. The potential returns justify the investment. He paused. But we'd need absolute discretion on all sides. No flashy spending, no loose talk. That goes without saying, Jimmy replied, then addressed the Perlas. We're in, but we play by certain rules. No direct contact between you and our people, except through Henry or Maze. All communications are face-to-face, no phones. And if anyone gets nervous, we pull the plug immediately. The Pittsburgh contingent nodded in agreement. As the meeting concluded and hands were shaken, Henry felt the familiar rush of a new venture taking shape, the careful assembly of pieces into a seamless operation. The Providence game on December 6th unfolded like a nightmare. Boston College, instead of barely winning or losing by the spread, dominated the court with unexpected intensity. Henry watched the game from a bar in Queens, witnessing with mounting concern as BC built a commanding lead. By the final buzzer, they had won by 19 points, far exceeding the spread and resulting in substantial losses for their betting operation. Jimmy Burke's reaction was predictably volcanic. In a private room above a restaurant in Richmond Hill, he paced like a caged tiger, periodically stopping to jab his finger toward Henry and Mazzei. "What the hell happened out there?" he demanded. "Did your college boys forget the arrangement?" Mazzei raised his hands placatingly. "It was the first attempt. Sometimes these things take adjustment." "Adjustment?" Jimmy's voice dropped to a dangerous softness. "We just dropped 30 grand on adjustment." Henry intervened, his tone deliberately calm. "Jimmy, we knew there might be hiccups. First-time jitters. We need to tighten the screws a bit, make sure they understand the seriousness of the arrangement." Jimmy's eyes narrowed. "You think they're playing us?" "No," Henry said carefully. "I think they're young, inexperienced, and maybe didn't fully grasp what was required. We need to clarify expectations." After a moment of tense silence, Jimmy nodded once. "Clarify them then. Make it crystal clear that there won't be a second mistake." He locked eyes with Henry. "Tell them they can't play basketball with broken hands." The threat hung in the air, implicit but unmistakable. Henry understood his role, to translate Jimmy's menace into terms that would register with college students who had ventured far beyond their depth. The next day, Henry met Rick Kuhn in the parking lot of a Howard Johnson's off the Massachusetts Turnpike. The young center was noticeably nervous, constantly scanning the surroundings as he stood beside Henry's Cadillac, collar turned up against the December chill. "That wasn't what we agreed on," Henry said without preamble, his breath forming clouds in the cold air. "It got away from us," Kuhn stammered. "The coach made some adjustments, and—" "I don't care about coaching adjustments," Henry interrupted, his voice soft but insistent. "I care about results. My associates care about results. Do you understand what happens when people like my associates don't get the results they've paid for?" Kuhn swallowed hard. "It won't happen again. I'll talk to Sweeney, we'll make sure." "You do that." Henry maintained steady eye contact. "Because some of my friends in New York were very disappointed. And when they get disappointed, they start thinking about ways to make sure it doesn't happen again." He paused meaningfully. "You can't play basketball with broken hands, Rick." The color drained from Cohen's face as the implication registered. "Message received. The Harvard game on the 16th will make it right. See that you do." Henry turned to leave, then added, "And Rick, make sure your teammates understand. This isn't college anymore, this is business." The Harvard game on December 16th unfolded exactly as planned. Boston College was heavily favored, giving 12 to 13 points, but through careful management of the game flow, they won by only 3 points, 86 to 83. The narrow margin of victory meant a substantial payday for the syndicate's bets against the spread. Following this success, the UCLA game on December 23rd provided another windfall. With UCLA favored by 15 to 18 points, Boston College obligingly lost by 22, ensuring the gamblers collected on their bets for UCLA to cover the spread. As winter settled over New York, the operation seemed to have found its rhythm. Henry established discreet channels for distributing payments to the players, cash in sealed envelopes, handed off in parking lots, train stations, and motel rooms. Kuhn received his standard fee of $2,500 per successful fix, with instructions to distribute portions to Sweeney and, when possible, Ernie Cobb. In late January, during a meeting at Robert's Lounge, Jimmy Burke actually smiled as he reviewed the numbers with Henry, an expression that had become increasingly rare since the Lufthansa heist and its bloody aftermath. "Your college boys are performing nicely," Jimmy acknowledged, lighting a cigarette. "Vario's pleased too." Henry nodded, feeling a measure of satisfaction. The basketball scheme represented something different from their usual operations, more subtle, more cerebral, with risks distributed across systems rather than concentrated in physical confrontations. "We should clear close to 200,000 by season's end," Henry said, "assuming they maintain discipline." Jimmy exhaled smoke toward the ceiling. "Make sure they do, we've got a good thing here. I'd hate to see it complicated by unnecessary problems." The winter of 1979 brought heavy snowfall to the northeast, transforming Boston College's campus into a landscape of white-dusted Gothic buildings and salt-crusted pathways. For Jim Sweeney, the team's point guard and captain, the beauty of the scene was lost beneath the weight of his secret participation in the point-shaving scheme. Henry observed this psychological pressure during a brief meeting with Sweeney in early February, noting how the young man had taken to turning his winter coat inside out while walking around campus, a futile attempt to disguise his identity, or perhaps a symbolic gesture of his inverted values. "You're doing fine," Henry assured him in the quiet corner of a coffee shop near Fenway Park. "Just a few more games, then the season ends and this chapter closes." Sweeney stared into his coffee cup. "I never thought I'd be in this position, playing against my own team." "You're not playing against them," Henry corrected smoothly. "You're just managing expectations. The point spread is an illusion created by bookmakers. You're simply navigating that illusion." The rationalization sounded hollow even to Henry, but Sweeney nodded as if grasping for any justification. "The Holy Cross game is coming up on the 10th. Rocco says they're placing heavy action on it." "Just do what you've been doing," Henry advised. "Stay calm, stay focused, and remember, this all goes away once the season ends." It was a comforting lie, one that Henry had offered to countless associates over the years. In reality, schemes like this rarely ended cleanly. They created patterns of behavior, expectations of continued cooperation, and worst of all, shared secrets that bound people together long after the initial transactions concluded. The Holy Cross game on February 10th should have been another routine execution of their scheme. Holy Cross was favored, and the syndicate had placed substantial bets on them to cover the spread. But basketball games, like all human endeavors, contained the unpredictable element of individual will. In the final minute of play, with Boston College trailing by a comfortable margin that would have ensured the gamblers' victory, Ernie Cobb, the team's leading scorer who had maintained an ambiguous relationship with the Fixers, suddenly caught fire. In a burst of athletic brilliance that defied the scheme's parameters, Cobb scored 8 points in less than 60 seconds. The unexpected scoring flurry narrowed Holy Cross's final margin of victory to just 2 points, 98-96, far short of what was needed to cover the spread. In a Queen's bar, Jimmy Burke watched the closing seconds on television, his expression darkening as he realized what was happening. According to witnesses, his rage culminated in him putting his foot through the screen of the television set. Henry received the news via payphone while dining at a restaurant in Manhattan. The caller, one of Burke's associates, conveyed the outcome in terse terms: "Jimmy's blown a gasket." The college game went south. Hanging up the receiver, Henry felt a familiar tightness in his chest, the sensation that accompanied the transition from smooth operation to damage control. He left cash on the table for his half-finished meal and stepped into the February night, already calculating how to manage the fallout. The aftermath of the Holy Cross disaster unfolded in tense meetings and recriminations. In a hotel room near Logan Airport, Henry confronted Rick Kuhn about Cobb's unexpected performance. "You were supposed to control him," Henry said, pacing between the twin beds while Kuhn sat rigidly in a desk chair. "That's what we're paying you for." "Cobb's always been a wild card," Kuhn defended. "He takes pride in his scoring average. Sometimes he just plays his own game." "His own game cost my associates a significant amount of money," Henry replied, keeping his voice deliberately measured. "That creates problems for everyone involved." Kuhn's eyes widened slightly. "What kind of problems?" Henry paused by the window, looking out at planes taking off in the distance. "My partners aren't known for their patience or forgiveness. They invested in this arrangement with certain expectations." "We've delivered on most of the games," Kuhn protested. "The Providence game wasn't our fault, and now this one with Cobb going off script. That's just 2 mistakes out of several successes." Henry turned from the window. "In our business, 2 mistakes is too many." He studied the young man's face, seeing the fear beneath the collegiate bravado. "The season's almost over. Make sure there are no more surprises." By late February 1979, the basketball point shaving operation was winding down. Despite the setbacks with the Providence and Holy Cross games, the scheme had generated substantial profits. More importantly, it had established connections and methodologies that could potentially be applied to future seasons with different players. On a rainy afternoon, Henry met with Paul Mazzei at the same Queen's Diner where they had first discussed the scheme months earlier. The circular nature of the setting wasn't lost on Henry. Criminal enterprises had their own seasons and cycles, not unlike basketball itself. Overall, I'd call it a successful experiment, Maze said, sipping coffee. We learned what works, what doesn't. Next year could be even more profitable. Henry nodded non-committally. Jimmy's still sore about Holy Cross, and there's always risk in these continuing operations. Players graduate, new variables enter the equation. True, Mazzy acknowledged, but we've established the template. Find the vulnerable player, build out from there, manage the spreads rather than the outcomes. As they talked, Henry found himself distracted by a newspaper left on a nearby table, its headline announcing investigations into organized crime's influence on sporting events. The article wasn't about their operation. It focused on horse racing in New Jersey, but it served as a reminder of the increased scrutiny being directed toward gambling and sports. We should let things cool, Henry suggested, nodding toward the newspaper. The climate's changing, more questions being asked. Maze followed his gaze and shrugged. There's always heat somewhere. That's why we stay adaptive. The conversation drifted to other potential ventures, but Henry's mind remained partly fixed on the basketball scheme, its elegance and its vulnerabilities. Unlike hijacking or loan sharking, this operation had required minimal violence, yet it had yielded comparable returns. There was something almost respectable about it, at least within the skewed moral framework Henry had constructed for himself over the years. As March arrived and the college basketball season concluded, Henry found himself reflecting on the Boston College operation during a quiet evening at his home in Queens. Karen was visiting her parents with the kids, leaving him alone with his thoughts and a glass of scotch. The basketball scheme represented something of an evolution in his criminal career, a move away from the bruising immediacy of hijacking and extortion towards something more sophisticated. It had required different skills, psychological manipulation rather than physical intimidation, strategic patience rather than opportunistic strikes. Yet it had also revealed the same fundamental truth that underpinned all his operations. Systems were only as secure as the humans who comprised them. The NCAA's rules, the bookmakers' spreads, the coach's authority, all could be circumvented through the simple exploitation of human weakness. Find the player who needed money, the referee with gambling debts, the coach with secrets, and any system could be compromised. The telephone rang, interrupting his reverie. It was Jimmy Burke, his voice uncharacteristically animated. "Henry, I've been thinking about that Pittsburgh connection of yours, Maze. He might be useful for something I'm putting together." "What kind of something?" Henry asked, immediately alert. Jimmy's somethings had a way of becoming complicated very quickly. "Not over the phone," Jimmy replied. "Come by Roberts tomorrow. We'll talk then." After hanging up, Henry returned to his scotch, watching ice melt into the amber liquid. The basketball operation was ending, but as always in this life, new schemes were already taking shape on the horizon, each one promising greater rewards and, inevitably, greater risks. Outside, the late winter rain tapped against the windows of his Queens home, a gentle percussion accompanying the thoughts of a man who had made a career of navigating the shadows between legitimate society and the underworld. The Boston College point-shaving scheme would soon be just another entry in that ledger, neither his most profitable venture nor his most dangerous, but perhaps notable for the way it had blurred the lines between those worlds, turning college gymnasiums into extensions of the same criminal ecosystem that had shaped his life since boyhood. In that moment of reflection, Henry couldn't have known that this relatively sophisticated operation represented not an evolution toward more refined criminal enterprises, but rather a brief interlude before chaos would begin to engulf his carefully constructed world. For now, though, there was only the rain, the scotch, and the temporary satisfaction of a scheme that had, despite its complications, largely succeeded in its aims. The pale glow of headlights swept across Henry's face as the Greyhound bus rumbled its way from Pittsburgh toward New York. Night had fallen hours ago, and most passengers had drifted into sleep, heads bobbing with each curve of the interstate. Henry remained wide awake, his gaze fixed on the darkness beyond the window, one hand resting protectively on the suitcase between his feet. It wasn't the suitcase he'd arrived with. This one, a plain brown Samsonite with brass latches, had been handed to him earlier that day by Paul Massey, an associate he'd met during his time at Lewisburg. Massey had owed him money but claimed to be cash poor. Instead, he'd offered something potentially more valuable, several pounds of high-quality marijuana. "What am I supposed to do with this?" Henry had asked, though he already knew the answer. Maze had simply smiled. Same thing you do with anything that falls off a truck. You find the right buyer. Now, as the bus crossed the state line into New Jersey, Henry allowed himself a thin smile. The decision to take the bus had been a calculated risk. Airport security had tightened in recent years. Too many eyes, too many questions about unaccompanied luggage. The bus was slower but safer. Anonymous. No metal detectors. No German shepherds sniffing around baggage compartments. Just a ticket, a seat, and 6 hours of watching America's forgotten towns roll by in the darkness. By July 1978, Henry Hill had been a free man for only a few weeks. His release from prison had been unceremonious. Just another day, another convict walking through the gates with nothing but the clothes on his back and a small bag of personal effects. The world outside had changed during his incarceration. Disco had replaced funk on the radio. Carter was in the White House. New York was dirtier, more dangerous, perpetually teetering on bankruptcy. Yet the fundamental calculus of his life remained unchanged. Find an angle, exploit it, profit. The apartment on Eastern Parkway was quiet when Henry unlocked the door. Karen was asleep, or pretending to be. Their marriage had grown complicated during his absence. Visits behind plexiglass, promises he couldn't keep, the gradual erosion of whatever ordinary domesticity they'd managed to construct. He placed the suitcase in the hall closet and moved silently through the darkened rooms toward their bedroom. 3 days later, after a series of careful phone calls from payphones scattered across Brooklyn, the marijuana was gone. In its place was a stack of bills totaling just over $20,000. Henry counted them methodically at the kitchen table, arranging them in neat piles while Karen watched from the doorway, arms folded across her chest. "Where did all that come from?" she asked, her voice carefully neutral. Henry glanced up. "Business opportunity. Guy owed me from before, paid me back with interest." "What kind of business?" He didn't answer immediately, focusing instead on straightening a stack of hundreds. The kind that pays. The kind that doesn't ask too many questions. Karen sighed, pushing away from the doorframe. "I just got you back, Henry. I spent 3 years visiting you in that place, and now you're already..." "Already what?" His tone hardened slightly. "Already making sure we can pay the bills. Already making sure my family doesn't end up on the street." The argument wasn't new. It had simply been suspended during his incarceration, preserved like a fly in amber waiting for the precise moment to resume. Karen wanted stability. Henry needed the rush that came with risk. They both knew there would never be a middle ground. That night, lying awake beside his sleeping wife, Henry stared at the ceiling and made calculations. $20,000 was good money, better than good, but it was also just the beginning. His mind raced with possibilities. The connection with Maze could be leveraged, expanded. There were people in Pittsburgh with access to product, and people in New York with money to spend. He simply needed to position himself between them. By morning, he had a plan. Autumn descended on New York like a theater curtain, bringing with it shorter days and the first hints of winter's chill. Henry spent most of October establishing supply lines, reconnecting with old associates, and quietly identifying potential customers. The operation grew organically at first, marijuana mainly, with occasional packages of cocaine when his Pittsburgh suppliers could obtain it. The logistics were straightforward but required constant attention. There were flights to arrange, couriers to recruit, drop locations to secure. Each transaction generated its own constellation of details, weights, prices, purity levels, delivery schedules. Henry kept most of it in his head, writing down only what was necessary and speaking in code when using the telephone. "Hey, you still got those golf clubs I was asking about?" he'd say into the receiver, glancing at his watch. "My friend wanted to know if he could borrow them this weekend." Or, "Listen, I need you to bring those dog pills when you come over tomorrow. The vet says they're ready to be picked up." By December, what had begun as a sideline had evolved into something more substantial. Henry was moving product regularly, wholesaling to trusted associates and watching his profits climb. 15,000 one week, 25 the next. The money arrived in paper bags and manila envelopes, sometimes delivered to the back booth of the restaurant where he conducted business, sometimes handed over in parked cars with the engines running. The irony wasn't lost on him. Paul Vario, the capo he'd been associated with since boyhood, maintained a strict prohibition against narcotics. Drugs carried heavy sentences, Vario reasoned, and heavy sentences made men vulnerable to pressure from prosecutors. A hijacker facing 5 years might keep his mouth shut. A dealer looking at 20 might start naming names. Yet here Henry was, not only dealing but supplying cocaine to members of Vario's own crew. Jimmy Burke had become a regular customer, as had Tommy DeSimone. Henry told himself that what Vario didn't know couldn't hurt him. Deep down, he recognized the rationalization for what it was, a convenient excuse to ignore the very real danger he was courting. The basement apartment on Ocean Avenue became Henry's operational center, his bat cave, as he and his associates called it on the phone. It belonged to Robin Cooperman, a woman he'd been seeing discreetly for months. Karen suspected but didn't confront him directly. Their marriage had settled into a pattern of mutual avoidance, like two ships passing in the night, exchanging only the necessary signals to prevent collision. The apartment itself was unremarkable: cheap furniture, peeling wallpaper, the persistent smell of damp that afflicted so many basement units in Brooklyn. What made it valuable was its anonymity. Nobody asked questions in that building. The neighbors kept to themselves. The landlord collected his rent in cash and never inquired about the steady stream of visitors at odd hours. It was there, on a metal folding table beneath a single hanging bulb, that Henry and his associates processed their product. Scales for weighing, razors for cutting, plastic baggies for packaging. The ritual became familiar: empty the product onto the table, cut it with lactose or mannitol to increase volume, divide it into saleable portions, then seal and store until delivery. "You're taking too much of your own inventory," Jimmy Burke observed one evening, watching as Henry dipped a key into a small mound of cocaine and raised it to his nose. "Bad business practice." Henry sniffed sharply, then rubbed his gums with what remained on the key. "I'm just quality testing, making sure we're not selling garbage." Jimmy's laugh was dry and humorless. "Yeah? You've been quality testing a lot lately. Your eyes look like fucking pinballs." It was true. Henry's cocaine use had increased steadily over the months, from occasional indulgence to daily habit. He told himself it was under control, just a little pick-me-up to maintain the energy his expanding operation demanded. The truth was more complicated. The cocaine dulled the edges of his growing paranoia while simultaneously feeding it, a paradox he chose not to examine too closely. Spring arrived with unexpected warmth, drawing New Yorkers into parks and onto stoops after the long confinement of winter. For Henry, the changing season brought new challenges. His supply chain had grown more complex, now including multiple sources in Pittsburgh and Miami. The product mix had expanded to include quaaludes and heroin, alongside the marijuana and cocaine that formed the backbone of his business. To manage the increased volume, Henry relied on a network of couriers, men and women who transported drugs across state lines for a fee. Some were associates from his pre-prison days. Others were new recruits, brought in through trusted intermediaries and vetted carefully before being entrusted with product. One of his most reliable couriers was Judy Wicks, a slender woman in her 30s with a talent for blending into any environment. Her signature accessory, a pink and blue knitted hat, made her easy to spot in crowds without drawing undue attention. "People see the hat, not me," she explained once, handing over a package in the back of a diner on Flatbush Avenue. "They remember this middle-aged lady with the funny hat, not my face, not my height, nothing that matters." Henry appreciated her professionalism. "You're good at this. Ever think about why that is?" Judy shrugged, stirring sugar into her coffee. "Same reason anybody's good at anything. I pay attention, I don't take stupid chances, and I know that looking ordinary is the best disguise there is." The conversation drifted to other topics. The Yankees' prospects for the season, the new film playing at the Lewis King's Theatre, the rising price of gasoline. Nothing about drugs or money or the legal consequences they both risked. That was another unwritten rule. Business discussions happened once in private with clear terms. Everything else was just people having coffee. As Judy left, pulling her distinctive hat down over her ears despite the mild weather, Henry felt a twinge of unease he couldn't quite identify. Something in her manner had seemed off a hesitation when answering a question, perhaps, or a glance that lingered too long on the other patrons. He dismissed the feeling as cocaine paranoia. Judy had been reliable for months. There was no reason to doubt her now. By the summer of 1979, Henry's operation was generating between $15,000 and $40,000 weekly. The exact figure fluctuated with supply and demand, but the trend line pointed consistently upward. He had become, almost accidentally, a significant narcotics distributor in a city full of them. The money brought problems of its own. There was too much cash to keep at home, too much to hide in conventional bank accounts. Henry resorted to the time-honored methods of his trade: safe deposit boxes in different banks under different names, cash stashed in secret compartments built into walls and furniture, investments in legitimate businesses that could justify some portion of his income. One August afternoon, as the city sweltered under a record-breaking heatwave, Henry met with Bobby Germain at a small restaurant in Bensonhurst. Bobby was one of his partners in the drug business, handling distribution to certain segments of their customer base. Their relationship was cordial but not close, a partnership of convenience rather than friendship. "I'm thinking about bringing my kid into the operation," Bobby said as they finished their meal. "He's smart, trustworthy, could help with some of the courier runs when Judy's not available." Henry studied Bobby's face for a moment before responding. "How old is he now? 21, 22? 23 next month. And you're sure about him? This isn't like bringing him into the family construction business. He makes one mistake, we all pay." Bobby nodded firmly. "I raised him right. He understands how things work. And he needs the money, got a baby on the way, wife doesn't work." Henry considered the proposal. His operation had grown to the point where additional personnel were necessary, and there was a certain logic to keeping things within trusted circles. Still, something about the suggestion made him uneasy. "Let me think about it," he said finally. "I'll let you know next week." In retrospect, Henry would recognize this conversation as the moment when everything began to unravel, though the threads would take months to fully separate. Bobby's son, known to narcotics detectives simply as the Youngster, would eventually become an informant, providing information that led directly to Henry's arrest. But on that sweltering August afternoon, sitting in an air-conditioned restaurant with sweat cooling on his back, Henry saw only an opportunity to expand an already profitable enterprise. The first signs of surveillance appeared in early 1980. Small things, easy to dismiss individually but troubling in aggregate. Cars that lingered too long on the street outside the restaurant. Men in nondescript sedans writing in notebooks. The occasional click and hiss on the telephone line that suggested someone might be listening. Henry's cocaine use, once recreational, had become problematic. He snorted lines in the morning to get moving, at midday to maintain momentum, and in the evening to counter the inevitable crash. His sleep was fitful, his moods increasingly erratic. Karen noticed the changes but said little, having learned long ago that confrontation only drove him further into whatever he was doing. The operation continued despite Henry's growing paranoia. Couriers made their runs. Product moved from suppliers to wholesalers to street-level dealers. Money flowed upward through the same channels. But there were complications now. Missed connections, delayed shipments, associates who suddenly couldn't be reached. "Something doesn't feel right," Henry told Jimmy Burke during a late-night meeting at the Bat Cave. They had just finished processing a shipment of cocaine, and the table was dusted with fine white powder. "I keep seeing the same faces around the neighborhood. Guys who don't belong." Jimmy, who had become one of Henry's best customers, seemed unconcerned. "You're just spooks because you're high all the time. Coke does that, makes you see conspiracies everywhere." "Maybe," Henry conceded, "but I've been in this life long enough to know when something's off, and something's definitely off." What Henry didn't know, couldn't know, was that narcotics detectives Daniel Mann and William Broder had indeed placed him under surveillance months earlier. They monitored his phone calls, photographed his meetings, and even sifted through his garbage, recovering airline ticket stubs, handwritten notes, and other evidence of his drug operation. The net was tightening, drawn by hands he couldn't see. On April 27, 1980, at approximately 6 in the morning, Henry Hill was awakened by the sound of splintering wood as federal agents and local police executed a search warrant on his home. He had been up late the night before processing a new shipment and had fallen into bed just 3 hours earlier. The cocaine still thrummed in his system, sharpening the shock of the intrusion into something close to terror. Police. Search warrant. Everyone on the ground now. The bedroom filled with men in windbreakers, their weapons drawn, badges hanging from chains around their necks. Karen screamed beside him, clutching the sheets to her chest. Henry raised his hands slowly, his mind racing through possibilities, contingencies, escape routes that no longer existed. As one agent handcuffed him, Henry caught Karen's eye and tilted his head almost imperceptibly toward the bathroom. She understood immediately. While the officers were occupied with securing him and beginning their search of the main rooms, Karen slipped away, ostensibly to put on a robe. In the bathroom, she reached behind the recessed lighting where Henry had constructed the hidden compartment and retrieved approximately $60,000 worth of cocaine and heroin. The toilet flushed once, twice, 3 times as the agents pounded on the door. "Just a minute," Karen called, her voice remarkably steady. "I'm not dressed." By the time they forced the door open, the drugs were gone, dissolved into the New York City sewer system. The agents found Karen standing calmly by the sink, washing her hands. She offered them a smile that contained equal parts defiance and fear. In the living room, now wearing pants and a t-shirt but still handcuffed, Henry watched as agents systematically dismantled his home. They removed paintings from walls, emptied drawers onto the floor, sliced open sofa cushions with utility knives. Their search revealed small quantities of marijuana and cocaine, enough to support charges but far less than what Karen had disposed of, along with scales, cutting agents, and other paraphernalia. More damaging were the notebooks and address books that documented, in thinly veiled code, the extent of Henry's operation. There were phone numbers for suppliers in Pittsburgh, including Nick the Blade Gesual. There were delivery schedules for couriers. There were calculations showing profits and losses, quantities and prices. As the evidence bags accumulated on the kitchen table, Henry maintained his silence, responding to questions with shrugs or brief denials. Inside, though, his mind worked furiously, assessing options that dwindled with each passing minute. He knew the penalties for narcotics trafficking were severe: decades in federal prison, no parole, no leniency. He knew that his associates, facing similar charges, might be tempted to cooperate with authorities to save themselves. Most of all, he knew that Paul Vario, upon learning the full extent of Henry's drug operation, would consider it an unforgivable betrayal. In the world Henry inhabited, such betrayals were typically punished with death. Later that day, as he sat in a holding cell awaiting arraignment, Henry confronted the reality of his situation. The narcotics charge alone could send him away for 20 years. If any of his associates talked, and someone always talked, the sentence could be longer. And even if he somehow avoided conviction, there was Vario to consider, and Jimmy Burke, whose paranoia about informants had only grown since the Lufthansa heist. For the first time in his criminal career, Henry Hill found himself without an angle, without an escape route, without the familiar confidence that had carried him through previous arrests and incarcerations. The walls of his world, once so flexible and accommodating, had suddenly turned rigid and unyielding. As the cell door clanged shut behind him, Henry closed his eyes and tried to steady his breathing. The cocaine was wearing off, leaving him hollow and exhausted. Through the small window high on the cell wall, he could see a patch of evening sky turning from blue to purple. Somewhere beyond that sky, beyond the jail and the city and the complicated web he had woven around himself, was a future he could no longer envision. In that moment of clarity, stripped of pretense and possibility, Henry Hill began to consider options that would have been unthinkable just 24 hours earlier. The code he had lived by, the Omerta that demanded silence in the face of legal pressure, suddenly seemed less like a sacred oath and more like a convenient myth that benefited only those at the top of the hierarchy. If the choice was between decades in prison or death at the hands of his former associates, perhaps there was a third option, an option that would require him to violate everything he had ever believed about loyalty and honor in his world. An option that would change not only his life, but the lives of everyone connected to him. The thought formed slowly in his mind, tentative at first, then gathering weight and substance as the last light faded from the cell window. By morning, as the first grey dawn illuminated the bare walls around him, the thought had become a decision. The rain slid down the precinct windows like a slow-motion confession, every drop trailing its own regretful path. Henry Hill sat in the holding cell's unforgiving metal chair, his eyes fixed on nothing in particular. His hands trembled slightly, not from the cold, though the January air had a bite to it even indoors, but from the absence of substances his body had grown accustomed to. His arrest for narcotics trafficking had been inevitable, perhaps, but the timing couldn't have been worse. The Lufthansa heat hadn't even begun to cool. Through the institutional haze of the police station, with its perpetual smell of industrial cleaner and desperation, Henry could see the future unfolding with terrifying clarity. The walls of his life were closing in, not from the criminal justice system, though 25 years in federal prison was no small threat, but from the men he'd called family for 2 decades. Coffee. The detective set down a styrofoam cup on the scratched metal table, its contents black as the thoughts consuming Henry's mind. Might help with the shakes. Henry wrapped his fingers around the cup, not for the warmth or the caffeine, but for something to do with his hands. What time is it? His voice was hoarse, drained of its usual animated confidence. Almost midnight. Your lawyer's on his way. The detective, Callahan, a man in his 40s with prematurely grey hair and the weary eyes of someone who'd seen every variant of human failure, didn't bother with good cop, bad cop routines. Henry wasn't some street thug who needed psychological games. You look like a man who's seen a ghost, Hill. Henry almost smiled. Not yet, he murmured, but I might become one soon enough. The detective leaned back in his chair, studying Henry with the practiced eye of someone who'd interrogated hundreds of criminals. Scared of going away? From what I hear, you did a stretch before. Not your first rodeo. Prison, Henry shook his head slightly. Prison isn't what I'm worried about. And it wasn't. As the night deepened outside, as Reagan's election victory still echoed through the changing American landscape, Henry Hill was calculating his odds of survival. He'd broken the cardinal rule. He'd dealt drugs despite Paul Vario's explicit prohibition. That alone was a death sentence. But the Lufthansa job, that was the real problem. Jimmy Burke had been systematically eliminating everyone connected to that score. Anyone who might talk, anyone who'd spent too much, anyone who'd drawn attention. The phone call he'd been permitted had gone to Karen. She'd been hysterical, but beneath the tears and recriminations was the same fear. They both knew what this arrest really meant. It wasn't just the end of freedom, it was potentially the end of everything. Your federal colleagues, Henry said finally, looking up at Callahan, they've been running wiretaps on Angelo Sepe and Anthony Stabile, haven't they? The detective's poker face was good, but not perfect. A slight tightening around the eyes betrayed his surprise at Henry's knowledge. What makes you think that? Callahan asked carefully. Henry leaned forward, lowering his voice. Because if they have, then they know Jimmy Burke is looking to tie up loose ends, and right now I'm the loosest end of all. The precinct hummed with late-night activity beyond the interrogation room door telephones ringing, the clack of typewriter keys, officers changing shifts. Through it all, Henry felt oddly detached, as though watching the final act of someone else's life story unfold. You've got quite an imagination, Hill, Callahan said, but his tone had shifted subtly. No imagination required, just experience. Henry took a sip of the bitter coffee. Those wiretaps will show they're calling me a junkie who's no good. They'll be pressuring Jimmy to get rid of me, same as he got rid of the others. It's what happens when a score this big goes down. People get nervous. Callahan studied him for a long moment. If, and I'm saying if, there were such wiretaps, what would you be willing to do about it? The question hung in the air between them, heavy with implication. Through the precinct windows, the city lights blurred in the rain, a constellation of artificial stars marking the empire Henry had once moved through like royalty. I want to talk to the U.S. attorney, Henry said finally. Not the locals, the feds. Callahan nodded slowly, as though this was exactly what he'd expected. That can be arranged. By morning, the rain had stopped, but the sky remained the color of an old bruise. In a different room, federal territory now, Henry sat across from Edward MacDonald, a rising star in the Eastern District U.S. Attorney's Office. MacDonald was younger than Henry had expected, sharply dressed with an intensity that suggested ambition and intelligence in equal measure. Mr. Hill, MacDonald began, spreading a file on the table between them, you've indicated to Detective Callahan that you have information of interest to us. Henry's lawyer, a man who'd represented various associates over the years, shifted uncomfortably beside him. The legal advice had been clear, say nothing, wait for bail, fight the charges. But Henry had dismissed this counsel with a wave of his hand. Bail wouldn't save him from Burke or Vario. I need guarantees first, Henry said, his voice steadier now. The night had given him time to think, to plan. The survival instinct that had carried him from Brownsville to the heights of organized crime was now focused on a different kind of escape route. What kind of guarantees? MacDonald asked, though his expression suggested he already knew. Full immunity, for everything. And protection not just for me, but for Karen and the kids. MacDonald leaned back in his chair. That's a substantial request, Mr. Hill. We'd need to know exactly what you're offering in exchange. Henry's laugh was hollow. What am I offering? 25 years inside your world. Names, dates, operations. Vario, Burke, the airport rackets, hijackings, numbers, loan sharking. He paused, then added the bait he knew the federal prosecutor couldn't resist. Lufthansa. The air in the room seemed to still at the mention of the heist. 6 million in cash and jewels had vanished from the Lufthansa cargo terminal at Kennedy Airport just over a year ago. It remained unsolved officially, though everyone in law enforcement knew Jimmy Burke was behind it. And Boston College? MacDonald asked quietly. Henry nodded. The point-shaving scheme orchestrated through his connections with Jimmy Burke and several Boston College basketball players, particularly Rick Kuhn, had been a lucrative operation. The players had deliberately kept scores under the point spread in key games during the 1978-79 season, allowing their mob associates to place strategic bets. Everything, Henry confirmed, on a silver platter. MacDonald studied him for a long moment. Why now? You've been in this life since you were a teenager. What changed? The question was perfunctory. They both knew the answer, but Henry gave it anyway. Because the people I've been loyal to for 25 years are planning to kill me. He held the prosecutor's gaze steadily, and because I'd rather be a live witness than a dead gangster. The decision to cooperate wasn't made in a single moment, but through a series of incremental surrenders over the following weeks. Each meeting with the federal authorities was another step away from the only world Henry had known since childhood. Each debriefing session, hours of painstaking recall, names and dates and operations, was another brick removed from the wall of silence he'd maintained his entire adult life. In a nondescript federal building in Manhattan, Henry sat at a conference table surrounded by FBI agents and prosecutors. Tape recorders captured his voice as he methodically dismantled the structure of the Vario crew's operations at JFK Airport. The airlines pay protection, Henry explained, tracing his finger along a diagram of the airport terminals. Every one of them. They didn't call it that, of course. It was consulting fees or security arrangements. But it was classic extortion. If they didn't pay, shipments disappeared, equipment broke down, workers called in sick. A middle-aged FBI agent named Moss made notes in a spiral-bound notebook, and Paul Vario oversaw this. Everything at JFK went through Paul, Henry confirmed. Nothing happened in that airport that he didn't get a piece of. The unions, the cargo handlers, the catering trucks, it was his territory. Each revelation felt both treacherous and liberating. The weight of secrets Henry had carried for decades shifted gradually from his shoulders to the government's recordings and transcripts. The process was exhausting but oddly cathartic, like lancing a wound that had festered too long. During breaks, Henry would stare out the windows at the Manhattan. Beyond the storefronts of an unremarkable strip mall in Lincoln, Nebraska, rain fell in thin, persistent sheets. The illuminated sign of a Dairy Queen flickered intermittently, casting momentary shadows across the parking lot's wet asphalt. Inside a modest sedan parked at the far end, a man who was no longer Henry Hill, but rather Martin Lewis, according to his government-issued identification, tapped his fingers against the steering wheel in an irregular rhythm. Martin Henry watched the digital numbers on the dashboard clock shift to 7:45 p.m. His wife Karen and the kids were inside their split-level ranch home 3 miles away, likely wondering where he'd gone. The weight of their collective boredom pressed against him even from this distance. 6 months in the Midwest had stretched like 6 years, each day bleeding into the next with mind-numbing sameness. Protection, he muttered to the empty passenger seat. Some kind of life. The rain intensified, drumming against the roof of the car. Henry leaned back, exhaling slowly. The America outside his window was unrecognizable, not just geographically, but fundamentally. This was the heartland, where people rose with the sun, worked honest jobs, and spoke with elongated vowels that still sounded foreign to his Brooklyn-trained ear. There were no late-night card games, no envelopes of cash passing between knowing hands, no recognition in the eyes of restaurant hosts when he entered a room. Inside the glove compartment, half hidden beneath maps of Nebraska's state highways, lay a small plastic bag containing cocaine, his only tangible connection to the life he'd left behind. The irony wasn't lost on him. The very substance that had catalyzed his downfall had followed him into witness protection, like a persistent shadow unwilling to be severed. Sherry Anders worked the late shift at the town's only diner worth mentioning. Henry had first noticed her in the fall of 1981, 3 months after his arrival in Nebraska. She had auburn hair that caught the fluorescent light in unexpected ways, a laugh that carried across the room, and most importantly, no knowledge of who Henry Hill had been. "Coffee black, slice of apple pie," Henry said, sliding onto a stool at the counter. It was a Tuesday evening, the diner nearly empty. Sherry smiled, recognition lighting her features. "Martin Lewis, 3rd time this week. What can I say? Best pie in town." "It's the only pie in town, unless you count the garbage they sell at the supermarket." She poured his coffee with practiced precision. "You still haven't told me what brought you to our little corner of nowhere." Henry measured his response, as he'd been trained to do by the marshals. "Job transfer, insurance, boring stuff." "Nothing about you seems boring, Martin." She leaned slightly across the counter, lowering her voice. "You don't talk like people from here. You don't watch football like people here. And you definitely don't drive a car like people from here." Henry felt the familiar thrill of being seen, really seen, for the first time since entering the program. The government-issued Chevrolet was hardly remarkable, but he'd managed to convince his handler to approve something with a bit more character than the standard family sedan. "Maybe I'm just passing through," he offered with a half smile. "For 4 months. That's some layover." Their conversation continued like this, a dance of implied questions and partial answers. Henry found himself looking forward to these exchanges, crafting stories about his fictional past that grew more elaborate with each visit. It wasn't the danger or the recognition he missed most from his former life. It was the performance of it all. The ability to command a room, to exist at the center of a narrative larger than himself. With Sherry, he could recapture fragments of that feeling, albeit in miniature. The modest living room of the Lewis family home was silent except for the drone of a television news program and the occasional clink of ice in Karen's vodka glass. The children were asleep, or pretending to be, leaving husband and wife alone in the artificial glow of the screen. "Where were you tonight?" Karen asked without looking at him. "Driving. Needed to clear my head. For 3 hours." Henry didn't answer immediately. The weight of what remained unspoken between them had grown heavier since their relocation. Karen had lost more than he had: her parents, her friends, the social standing she'd cultivated so carefully in New York. Her drinking had increased accordingly. "I stopped by the diner," he finally admitted. Karen's laugh was brittle. "To see your waitress. To get something to eat." "We have food here, Henry." She caught herself. "Martin. Christ, I can't even remember what to call my own husband anymore." The slip wasn't unusual. They both struggled with their new identities, occasionally reverting to their real names in moments of fatigue or frustration. The marshals had warned against this, emphasized how a single mistake could compromise their entire operation. "I'm trying here, Karen. I really am." "Are you?" She turned to face him fully now. "Because it seems like you're just waiting for something. For this to end, for us to go back, for I don't know what." Henry couldn't deny it. Each morning he woke expecting to discover that some magic reversal had occurred, that Jimmy and Paulie had forgiven him, that the federal case had collapsed, that he could return to New York and resume his life, as if the past year had been merely an unpleasant dream. "We're never going back," Karen continued, her voice softening. "This is it. This is our life now. The sooner you accept that, the better for all of us." Henry nodded, but they both recognized the gesture as empty. Acceptance had never been his strong suit. Throughout his life he had charmed, hustled, and manipulated his way around obstacles rather than yielding to them. The rules of witness protection, their geographic restrictions, regular check-ins, limited contact with the outside world, were not just inconveniences. They were antithetical to everything he understood about freedom. By the spring of 1982, Henry's relationship with Sherry had evolved from casual flirtation to something more substantial. They met in motel rooms on the outskirts of town, in the back seat of his car parked behind abandoned farm buildings, in her small apartment when her roommate worked overnight shifts. Each encounter was charged with the illicit energy of a double life. Though Sherry believed she was merely the other woman, unaware she was involved with a man whose very existence was a government fabrication. "Run away with me," Henry suggested one evening as they lay tangled in her sheets, the room hazy with cigarette smoke. Sherry propped herself up on one elbow. "Where would we go?" Anywhere, California, Vegas. He traced a finger along her collarbone. I've always liked Nevada. On what money? Your insurance salary barely covers your family's bills. Henry smiled. The lie about working in insurance had been among his first. I got savings, enough to start over. This wasn't entirely false. Before entering witness protection, he had managed to squirrel away cash that the government didn't know about. Not the fortune he'd once moved through his various enterprises, but enough to maintain a comfortable lifestyle for a year or two if necessary. You're serious, Sherry said, studying his face. Dead serious. The phrase carried uncomfortable echoes of his former life, where such statements often preceded violence. I'm not meant for this place, Sherry, neither are you. And your wife? Your kids? Henry waved dismissively. The marriage has been over for years. We're just going through the motions. Another half-truth. His relationship with Karen had indeed deteriorated, but their shared history, the complex web of love, complicity, and mutual protection they constructed over the years, wasn't so easily severed. They were bound by secrets that Sherry couldn't begin to comprehend. Nevertheless, the fantasy of escape proved too tempting for both of them. 2 weeks later, they left Nebraska without notice. Henry telling Karen he was attending a regional insurance conference, Sherry informing her roommate she was visiting a sick aunt. They drove west in Henry's government-issued car, the radio tuned to rock stations that faded and were replaced as they crossed state lines. The U.S. Marshals Service discovered his absence within 48 hours. Virginia City, Nevada presented a curious blend of historical tourism and modern gambling, a place where the Old West had been carefully preserved while simultaneously retrofitted with slot machines and poker tables. Henry and Sherry checked into a hotel on the main street, the room decorated with reproduction, Victorian furniture that creaked beneath their weight. Let's get married, Henry suggested on their second night, the impulsivity that had characterized his former life resurfacing with familiar intensity. Sherry's eyes widened. Here? Now? Why not? Nevada has the easiest marriage laws in the country. No waiting period, no blood tests. We could do it tomorrow. But you're still legally married. Henry shrugged. Technically, but who's checking? The answer, of course, was the federal government, specifically the marshals assigned to his case, who had already traced his unauthorized departure from Nebraska and were methodically tracking his movement westward. But in that moment, with the warmth of whiskey in his veins and the prospect of reinvention before him, Henry convinced himself that such details were inconsequential. The ceremony took place the following afternoon in a chapel that had once been a saloon. The officiant, a former dealer who had found religion after a heart attack at the blackjack table, showed no interest in examining their identification too carefully. Sherry wore a dress purchased that morning from a boutique catering to tourists. Henry wore the only suit he'd brought from Nebraska. I now pronounce you husband and wife, the officiant declared to the empty chapel. Henry kissed his new bride, feeling a surge of something like triumph. He had done what came naturally to him, seized an opportunity, bent the rules, created a narrative that suited his desires rather than conforming to external constraints. For a fleeting moment, he was once again the Henry Hill who had moved confidently through the world of organized crime. Rather than Martin Lewis, the insurance adjuster from Nebraska with a government handler, reality reasserted itself the following morning with a knock at their hotel room door. The 2 U.S. Marshals who escorted Henry back to Nebraska were professionally courteous, but unmistakably irritated. One, a square-jawed man with military posture who introduced himself only as Richards, outlined the consequences of Henry's unauthorized departure while driving him to the airport. This is strike one, Mr. Lewis. The program has protocols for a reason. When you violate them, you endanger not just yourself, but your family and every agent assigned to your case. Henry stared out the passenger window, watching the desert landscape scroll past. What about my wife? Mrs. Lewis is waiting at your residence. Not Karen, Sherry. Richards exchanged a glance with his partner. The woman you married in Virginia City is not your wife, Mr. Lewis. Bigamy is a felony in Nevada, as it is in most states. We've explained the situation to her, a simplified version, and provided funds for her return journey. Henry felt a pang of genuine regret, not for the legal complications he'd created or the program protocols he'd violated, but for Sherry herself. She had been his first authentic connection since entering witness protection, a person who responded to him as a man rather than as a protected witness or former gangster. She didn't know, Henry said quietly. That much was obvious from her reaction. Consider yourself fortunate that we're handling this internally rather than involving local authorities. The implication was clear. The marshals could have allowed his bigamy to become a matter of public record, creating precisely the kind of paper trail that witness protection was designed to avoid. Instead, they were cleaning up his mess, containing the damage he'd caused through his impulsivity and disregard for rules. So what happens now? Henry asked as they approached the airport. Now you go home to your family and recommit to the program guidelines. You'll be relocated, Nebraska is compromised, and assigned a new handler. Consider this your only warning, Mr. Lewis. The next violation results in termination from the program. The Lewis family's second placement was in a suburban development outside Seattle, Washington. Their new home was virtually indistinguishable from their Nebraska residence. The same architectural style, the same nondescript furnishings, the same strategic positioning that allowed for rapid exit if necessary. Only the names on their identification had changed. Martin Lewis was now Alex Canclini. Henry's relationship with Karen deteriorated further in the months following the Nevada incident. She had accepted his apology with weary resignation rather than anger, which somehow felt worse. Their conversations became increasingly perfunctory, limited to practical matters of household management and childcare. They slept in separate bedrooms. By 1984, Henry had established a pattern familiar to his handlers, but unknown to his family: periodic compliance with program restrictions, punctuated by increasingly risky departures from protocol. He frequented bars in Seattle where the likelihood of encountering New York connections was minimal but not impossible. He cultivated friendships with locals who asked few questions about his past. Most concerning to the marshals, he began dabbling in small-scale drug distribution, not the sophisticated operation he'd run in New York, but enough to supplement his government stipend and provide the adrenaline rush he craved. It was during this period that Henry received news from his lawyer about Nicholas Pileggi, a crime reporter interested in writing a book about his life. The marshals strongly advised against cooperation, but Henry saw an opportunity. The prospect of having his story told, of being recognized not just as a government witness but as a significant figure in the history of organized crime, proved irresistible. "I'm doing it," he informed his handler during their monthly check-in. "Absolutely not," the handler replied. "A book means publicity. Publicity means exposure. Exposure means risk." Pileggi's agreed to change names, alter details. No one will connect Alex Canclini to Henry Hill. That's not how this works. Your former associates aren't idiots. They'll recognize your story regardless of what names are used. Henry leaned back in his chair, a familiar stubbornness settling over his features. "The decision's already made. I've spoken to Pileggi 3 times. He's recording our conversations." The handler's expression hardened. "Then you've already violated program guidelines. Again." "Say what? You'll kick me out? Where would that leave you?" "I testified against half the Lucchese family. You think the Justice Department wants me walking around unprotected, telling everyone how I got abandoned by the feds?" It was a calculated gamble. Henry understood the bureaucratic realities of the witness protection program, how it balanced security concerns against the practical necessity of keeping valuable witnesses alive and cooperative. His testimony had been instrumental in securing multiple convictions. The government had invested significant resources in his protection, however problematic he might be as a program participant. The handler was silent for a long moment. "We'll have to relocate you, again, and you'll need to use a pseudonym for the interviews, nothing that could identify you or your current location." Henry smiled. He had won this round, as he had won many others throughout his life, not through direct confrontation, but by maneuvering around obstacles, finding the path of least resistance through complex systems. Wise Guy, Life in a Mafia Family was published in 1985 to significant critical acclaim and commercial success. Though Henry was identified by his real name in the book, the details of his current life remained obscured. Pileggi had crafted a compelling narrative that balanced insider criminal anecdotes with psychological insight, presenting Henry as a unique figure in the landscape of organized crime, neither a high-ranking boss nor a mindless soldier, but a pragmatic entrepreneur who navigated the mob's complex power structures with unusual adaptability. Henry read the published book in the living room of yet another relocation home, this one in a quiet neighborhood in Northern California. The family had moved 3 times since the project began, each move prompted by security concerns as the book gained popularity and attracted media attention. Karen had finally reached her breaking point during the last relocation, taking the children and moving into a separate government-provided residence across town. Alone in the house, Henry poured himself a generous measure of scotch and turned to the book's final pages. Reading about himself in the third person produced an odd dissociation, as if the Henry Hill described on the page were a character he had once played, rather than the core of his identity. The book ended with his entry into witness protection, a narrative conclusion that, for Henry himself, had merely been the beginning of a different kind of struggle. The telephone rang, interrupting his reading. It was Pileggi. "They're making it into a movie," the writer announced without preamble. "Martin Scorsese's directing. Warner Brothers is backing it." Henry felt a surge of conflicting emotions: pride, anxiety, excitement. Who's playing me? They're considering Ray Liotta. Young guy, good-looking, has that same energy you had in the 70s. And Jimmy, Paulie? De Niro for Jimmy. They're talking to Pesci for Tommy DeVito. Henry smiled at the pseudonym used for Tommy DeSimone. When do they start shooting? Next year, probably. But look, Henry, this is going to complicate things for you. A book is one thing. A Scorsese film, that's different. Everyone's going to see this. Including, Henry knew, the very people he had testified against. Some now serving lengthy prison sentences, others still active in what remained of the Lucchese family. The film would resurrect his betrayal in vivid color, projected on screens across the country. "I can handle it," Henry said with more confidence than he felt. "The marshals are going to go ballistic. Let them. What's one more relocation at this point?" But both men recognized that the landscape had shifted. A major motion picture would transform Henry from a name in court transcripts and crime reportage to a cultural figure, his life story absorbed into popular consciousness, his betrayal and testimony reimagined as entertainment. No witness protection protocol could withstand that level of exposure. By the time Goodfellas premiered in 1990, Henry had been through 2 more relocations, a divorce from Karen, and a new marriage to a woman named Kelly Aylor, who knew his real identity from the beginning. The marshals had grown increasingly frustrated with his inability or unwillingness to maintain a low profile. His drug arrests, though minor, created precisely the kind of paper trail the program was designed to avoid. His periodic indiscretions, revealing his true identity to new acquaintances, appearing in locations he'd been specifically instructed to avoid, suggested a fundamental incompatibility with the program's core requirements. Henry watched the film at a private screening arranged by Scorsese, who had insisted on meeting the man whose life story he had adapted. The experience was surreal. Ray Liotta's portrayal captured something essential about Henry's manic energy and outsider status within the mob hierarchy. De Niro's Jimmy Conway, based on Jimmy Burke, emanated the controlled menace that had both attracted and terrified Henry throughout their association. Pesci's Tommy DeVito, though physically unlike the real Tommy DeSimone, perfectly embodied the volatile unpredictability that had made Tommy simultaneously entertaining and lethal. "What do you think?" Scorsese asked when the credits rolled. Henry was silent for a moment, processing the strange experience of seeing his life narrativized, his memories transformed into set pieces, his relationships rendered as character arcs. "It's all there," he finally said. "The good times, the bad times, the feeling of it." "The feeling was what I wanted to get right," Scorsese nodded, "not just what happened, but what it felt like to be there." And he had succeeded. The film captured the intoxicating sense of belonging that had drawn Henry to the mob as a teenager. The gradual corruption that had seemed like liberation until it became imprisonment. The paranoia of his final months before entering witness protection. It was a more honest portrayal than Henry had expected, neither glamorizing nor moralizing, but presenting the complex reality of a life lived adjacent to power and violence. What the film couldn't show, of course, was what came after the years of dislocation and reinvention, the struggle to construct meaning in the absence of the very structures and relationships that had defined his existence. Witness protection had saved Henry's life, while simultaneously requiring him to abandon everything that had made that life feel significant. The film's commercial and critical success. It was nominated for 6 Academy Awards, winning 1 for Joe Pesci, elevated Henry's story to a new level of cultural prominence. Ray Liotta's face became inseparable from Henry's identity and the public imagination. Lines from the movie entered the popular lexicon. Henry discovered that he could capitalize on this newfound fame, despite the obvious security concerns. He began signing his artwork, mostly paintings created during the long, empty hours of his protected existence, as Henry Hill, rather than whatever alias he was currently using. He granted interviews to select journalists, initially by phone but eventually in person, with minimal disguise. He appeared in photographs that made their way into magazines and newspapers. Each of these actions constituted a direct violation of witness protection protocols. By 1994, the relationship between Henry and the U.S. Marshals Service had deteriorated beyond repair. During a tense meeting in a nondescript government office in Cincinnati, his latest handler delivered the final verdict. "We're terminating your participation in the program, effective immediately," the handler stated without preamble. "The level of exposure you've cultivated makes continued protection untenable." Henry had anticipated this moment for years, but found himself surprisingly unprepared for its arrival. "What about security? There are still people who want me dead. Most of the individuals you testified against are either deceased or serving extended sentences. Those who remain active have had more than a decade to locate you, if that was their primary objective." The handler's tone was clinical, as if discussing a procedural matter rather than a potential death sentence. "The assessment of our behavioral analysts is that your continued high profile suggests you no longer believe yourself to be in immediate danger." This was partially true. The years since his testimony had dulled Henry's once acute fear of retribution. The mob he had known, the structure that had both nurtured and nearly destroyed him, had been fundamentally altered by RICO prosecutions, internal power struggles, and the changing economics of organized crime. Many of the men who had once sworn to kill him were dead, imprisoned, or focused on other concerns. "So that's it, 13 years, and you just cut me loose? You'll receive a final stipend to establish yourself independently. Your current documentation will remain valid. After that, you're on your own." Henry nodded slowly, a strange calm settling over him. In some ways, this formalized what had already become reality. He had never fully embraced the restrictions of witness protection, never completely abandoned his former identity, or adapted to the anonymity the program required. Perhaps independence, with all its attendant risks, was preferable to the half-life he'd been living, neither fully protected nor fully free. "What about Kelly?" he asked, referring to his current wife. "Mrs. Canclini has been informed of the situation and offered continued protection under a new identity if she chooses to separate from you. The same option is available to your children from your first marriage, though they're now adults and can make their own decisions." The clinical dismantling of his family relationships, presented as a bureaucratic procedure, struck Henry with unexpected force. This was the final cost of his testimony and subsequent inability to remain hidden, not just his own exposure, but the permanent disruption of his family's security and unity. As he left the government building for the last time, stepping into the bright midday sunlight without a marshal's escort, Henry experienced a complex emotion that combined vulnerability and release. The protected witness known variously as Martin Lewis and Alex Canclini no longer existed. Only Henry Hill remained, older, somewhat diminished, but finally free to reclaim his name and story without reservation or disguise. For better or worse, he was himself again. The amber sunset stretched across the Los Angeles sky like watercolor seeping through paper. Henry Hill sat alone on the small balcony of his modest apartment, nursing a glass of something that wasn't water. At 66, his face had taken on the topography of a life lived hard, deep lines around the eyes, skin weathered by decades of excesses. The palm trees swayed in the distance, and somewhere, a car alarm briefly sounded before falling silent. He wasn't the man from Goodfellas anymore. That was Ray Liotta. The real Henry Hill had faded into something else entirely, a curiosity, a relic, a cautionary tale that nobody seemed to heed. "You gonna sit out there all night?" Lisa Caserta called from inside. His fiancée since 2006, she'd seen him through the cycles of sobriety and relapse that had defined his later years. "Just thinking," Henry replied, not turning around. His thoughts drifted back to the day in 1999 when the U.S. Marshals had finally washed their hands of him. 20 years after he'd turned state's evidence against the Lucchese crime family, the Witness Protection Program had decided Henry Hill was more trouble than he was worth. The drinking, the drugs, the arrests, they'd all violated the terms of his protection. But the truth was, most of the men who wanted him dead were either gone themselves or had forgotten him in the fog of their own advancing years. Inside the apartment, the television played softly, some cable special about the mob. These days, it seemed like everyone had a fascination with the life he'd once lived. The Sopranos had turned wise guys into weekly entertainment. Every few months, some producer would call, wanting an interview, a soundbite, a piece of the man who'd helped inspire Scorsese's masterpiece. He took another sip and felt the familiar burn down his throat, a sensation that had been his constant companion since childhood. The drinking had started before the drugs, before the heists, before everything. It would likely be there until the end. The divorce from Karen had finally gone through in 2002, though they'd separated back in 1989. It had taken 13 years of legal wrangling, a testament to how thoroughly their lives had been fragmented by relocations, name changes, and the general chaos of the witness protection program. Sometimes Henry wondered if Karen was better off now, free from the man who had dragged her through the underworld and out the other side. "You've got that interview tomorrow," Lisa reminded him, stepping onto the balcony. She placed a hand on his shoulder, a familiar weight, the one for that book. Henry nodded. He'd been working with Daniel Simone on The Lufthansa Heist, a book that would tell his version of the infamous 1978 robbery one more time. The FBI agents who'd flipped him back in '80 had agreed to participate, adding their perspectives to his account. It was important to him that people understood he hadn't been some low-level associate. He'd been right there in the middle of it all. "I remember," he said quietly. "You should get some sleep then." But sleep never came easily anymore. When he closed his eyes, Henry sometimes saw the faces. Jimmy Conway, Tommy DeSimone, Paulie Vario, the men he'd betrayed. The men who would have killed him without a second thought. He'd made his choice, and he'd lived long enough to tell about it. That was something. Morning found Henry at a diner on Sunset Boulevard, the kind of place that had seen better days but still made decent eggs. The writer, Simone, sat across from him, a digital recorder between them on the table. "So after they kicked you out of witness protection, what happened?" Simone asked. Henry stirred his coffee methodically. "Life happened. Regular life, boring life. Except I kept finding ways to make it complicated." He didn't elaborate on the August morning in 2004 when he'd been arrested at North Platte Regional Airport in Nebraska. He'd been careless, leaving his luggage behind, luggage that contained drug paraphernalia. By September 2005, he'd been sentenced to attempted methamphetamine possession. "The thing is," Henry continued, looking out the window at the passing traffic, "I spent my whole life being someone special. Not good special, but someone who mattered in a certain world. And then suddenly, I'm just another recovering addict with a criminal record." "But you had the fame from the movie," Simone prompted. Henry gave a hollow laugh. "Yeah, I had that. Every cop who pulled me over knew exactly who I was. 'Hey, aren't you the guy from Goodfellas?' And I'd think, 'No, I'm the guy Goodfellas was about.' There's a difference." The fame had been a double-edged sword. It had given him a way to make money, selling signed photos, appearing at events, telling the same stories about the old days. But it had also kept him tethered to a past he couldn't escape and couldn't fully leave behind. "You know, Ray Liotta once told me I needed to get help," Henry said, surprising himself with the admission. "We did this photo shoot together in 2006, and I was pretty far gone. 2 days later, I checked into rehab." "Did it take?" Henry shrugged. "It took for a while. It always takes for a while." The sobriety had never lasted. By March 2009, he'd pleaded guilty to 2 misdemeanor counts of public intoxication. The judge had given him 2 years of probation. Later that same year, in December, he'd been arrested again in Fairview Heights, Illinois, for disorderly conduct and resisting arrest. He'd been drunk in a hotel lobby, causing a scene. When the police arrived, he'd made things worse for himself. "I've got a disease," he told Simone, repeating the language of the recovery programs he'd cycled through. "But sometimes I think the disease is just being me." After the interview, Henry walked slowly back toward his apartment, taking the long way. Los Angeles in the afternoon had a particular quality, a brightness that seemed to wash out the edges of things, making everything feel slightly unreal. It was nothing like the Brooklyn of his youth or the dozens of small towns he'd inhabited during his years in hiding. He paused at a convenience store, staring at the rows of liquor bottles behind the counter. The temptation was always there, a constant companion. Today, he kept walking. Back at the apartment, Lisa was on the phone. She covered the mouthpiece when he entered. "It's that guy from the History Channel. They want to do another interview about the old days." Henry nodded tiredly. "Tell him I'll call him back." He sat heavily on the couch, feeling the weight of his 66 years. The doctor had told him his heart wasn't in great shape, but that wasn't surprising. Decades of cocaine, alcohol, cigarettes, and stress had taken their toll. He wasn't the young man who'd walked into the Bamboo Lounge anymore, eagerly looking to make his mark in a world that valued toughness and cunning above all else. That evening, Henry found himself watching a documentary about the decline of the American Mafia. The narrator spoke solemnly about how RICO statutes and witness cooperation had decimated the 5 families. The screen showed FBI surveillance photos from the 1970s, men in wide lapels and big collars, exiting social clubs that had long since been converted into trendy cafes or boutiques. "Look at these guys," Henry muttered to Lisa. "All of them either dead or in prison." "And you're here," she said. "Yeah," he replied. "I'm here." But where was here exactly? The small apartment in Los Angeles, far from the streets where he'd once commanded respect and fear. Far from the life that had defined him for so long. The documentary continued, showing clips from Goodfellas interspersed with real footage. Ray Liotta's voice narrated over scenes of excess and violence. Henry turned it off. The next morning, he met with his probation officer, a tired-looking woman in her 40s who'd heard every excuse in the book. "How are we doing with sobriety, Mr. Hill?" she asked, not looking up from his file. "One day at a time," he replied, the AA mantra coming automatically. "Any meetings this week?" He nodded. 3. It wasn't entirely a lie. He'd gone to one meeting and sat in the back, listening to strangers talk about their struggles with addiction. He'd planned to go to 2 more, but hadn't made it. The probation officer finally looked up. "You know, most of my clients don't have movies made about their lives." "Trust me, it's not all it's cracked up to be," Henry said. "I've got to ask, do you regret it? Turning state's evidence, I mean." It was a question he'd been asked hundreds of times over the years, by journalists, fans, fellow recovery program members, and now his probation officer. "If I hadn't, I'd be dead," he said simply. "Jimmy Conway was going to kill me. It wasn't a matter of if, just when. So no, I don't regret staying alive." "What about the people you testified against?" Henry's expression hardened slightly. "I don't give a heck what those people think," he said, the words coming out with a finality that suggested this particular conversation was over. As 2010 turned to 2011, Henry's health began to deteriorate more rapidly. The years of abuse had weakened his heart, and he found himself in and out of the hospital. During one stay, a young doctor recognized his name. "My dad loved Goodfellas," the doctor said as he checked Henry's vital signs. He had the DVD, watched it all the time. Henry managed a weak smile. "Everyone loves that movie." "Was it really like that? The life?" Henry looked out the hospital window at the California sunshine. Parts of it. The money, the respect, that was real. The rest, he trailed off. The rest catches up with you eventually. In his quieter moments, when the pain medication dulled the edges of his thoughts, Henry sometimes reflected on the arc of his life. From a kid running errands for wise guys, to a man at the center of one of history's most famous heists. From a protected witness to an aging ex-gangster whose greatest value was in the stories he could tell. Lisa visited him daily in the hospital, bringing magazines and takeout food to supplement the bland hospital meals. "Daniel called," she said one afternoon. "The book's coming along. He says the FBI guys are confirming a lot of your story." Henry nodded. "They should. I never lied to them about the big stuff. He wants to know if you're up for another interview when you're feeling better." "Tell him I'll be out of here in no time," Henry said with more confidence than he felt. By 2012, the hospitalization became more frequent. Chronic respiratory issues, cardiac problems. The body was finally presenting its bill for decades of hard living. On a warm June day, Henry sat in his hospital bed, looking out at the Los Angeles skyline. 69 years old. It wasn't a bad run considering the odds. How many of his old associates had made it this far? Most had died violently or withered away in prison cells. "I'm going to grab some coffee," Lisa said, kissing his forehead. "Need anything?" "I'm good," Henry replied. "Take your time." After she left, he closed his eyes and thought about Brooklyn. about the cab stand where he'd first met Paulie Barrio, about the bamboo lounge before it burned down, about the way Karen had looked the first time he took her to the Copacabana, navigating through the kitchen while the staff greeted him by name. The memories came more easily now, softened by time and repetition. He'd told these stories so many times, to federal prosecutors, to book authors, to filmmakers, to strangers in bars who recognized him. The stories had taken on the quality of myth, removed from the messy reality of those days. When Lisa returned with her coffee, Henry was asleep, his breathing shallow but steady. She sat beside him, took his hand, and waited. Henry Hill died on June 12, 2012, in a Los Angeles hospital. He was 69 years old. The cause was heart disease, exacerbated by years of smoking and drinking. The obituaries noted his role in the Lufthansa heist, his testimony that helped bring down members of the Lucchese crime family, and, of course, the fact that his life had inspired Goodfellas. Some included quotes from his later years, when he seemed ambivalent about his choices. The government said they'd protect me if I testified, but who was going to protect me from myself? In the end, Henry Hill had outrun the mob, but he'd never quite escaped his own demons. The man who had once moved effortlessly through the underworld of New York had ended his days far from the streets that made him. His legacy secured not by the crimes he committed, but by the story he told about them. As twilight fell on the day of his death, the Los Angeles sky once again turned amber, then deep blue, then black. In Brooklyn, where it all began, it was already night. The old neighborhoods had changed, gentrified, renamed, reimagined. Few would remember the young Henry Hill, who had looked up to the gangsters at the cab stand with such admiration. But millions would remember the story he'd helped tell, the cautionary tale of a life lived outside the rules, and the inevitable price that came with it. The wise guy was gone, but the legend, complicated, flawed, and utterly human, would endure. Thanks for listening to the story. Henry Hill's comprehensive biography illustrates the paradoxical nature of organized crime in the latter half of the 20th century. As an associate, his mixed heritage permanently excluded him from the formal mafia structure, a limitation that ironically contributed to his high-risk ventures and ultimately his decision to flip. He successfully operated in the highly lucrative domain of cargo theft, Air France robbery, and massive financial fraud, Boston College point shaving, culminating in the orchestration of the Lufthansa heist. The collapse of the Vario crew, however, was not caused by external law enforcement pressure alone, but by internal factors: the overwhelming paranoia and greed of James Burke, who executed his own crew, and Hill's own reckless decision to defy mob rules by entering the cocaine trade. The drug operation, easily detectable due to wiretaps and his addiction, provided the FBI with the perfect leverage. Hill's 50 convictions against his former colleagues effectively dismantled the structure of the Vario crew, resulting in the imprisonment and deaths of his mentors, Burke and Vario. Hill's post-informant life, marked by chronic substance abuse, subsequent arrests, and expulsion from the witness protection program, demonstrates that while he succeeded in surviving the mafia, he never fully escaped the core pathology of his criminal mindset. His story remains a definitive chronicle of mob operations, defined by staggering financial success immediately betrayed by intrinsic criminal instability. Please share your thoughts with the world in the comments below.